Now it's time to go local for your footy. This is EFL Saturday. Let's jump straight into the warm-up.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to East Burwood Reserve. Magnificent clash coming up for the decision this afternoon. It's the third-placed home side, East Burwood, taking on the ladder leaders, South Belgrave, in what is a very intriguing contest. Both sides heading for finals action. Today they're playing for bragging rights, and it's going to be a really good game, I feel. It's overcast conditions, slight breeze, but the ground's in really good nick. And this is EFL Game Day, and joining me to go through the next hour of power, Ryan Long. Thank you, Ryan, for joining us this afternoon on EFL Game Day.
Yes, thanks, Brash. A bit of a different team. No Matt Fodia, the beloved media manager, away today. So we've got a bit of a different lineup, a few changes already, a couple of late outs.
Yes.
So a bit of a change up before the start of the game.
So would it be fair to say, Ryan, that you're the quasi media manager for today?
Yeah, I guess you can call that the acting manager for a day. But no, looking forward to it. Obviously, a really big game in terms of the Division 2, the way the final series will play out. It's a big chance for East Burwood to have another crack at South Belgrave. Obviously, it didn't go well from the last time, but they've had some good inclusions coming into the week. So they're pretty much full strength just about. I think will make for an interesting game, Brush.
Coming in fresh off a BOG performance this morning. Welcome to you, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, good to be here. Thanks, Brush. Love the intro there, and love the new media manager, the co. Can we call it the co-media manager?
No, we've got to go with that word quasi.
Yeah. Anyway, really looking forward to this game. We saw last week with Mulgrave, who got South Belgrave as well, but also want to see how Eastland would have improved since last time we touched base with them down at Jubilee Park. So it'll be an interesting game, that's for sure. And I'm looking forward to how both teams can use this ground to their capability. So really looking forward to it. And also the ground is in great touch, which is really good to see.
And this man really needs no introduction to East Burwood people. He knows everything about East Burwood. He lives at East Burwood. Matt Lee, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Brash, and everyone, and good afternoon to our acting quasim skipper. And also the talk has been running rife in the last 20 minutes, half an hour, about the big performance down at Walker Park of one Torsen forward and the under-19s from Montrose, who was just doing some of his best work before coming over here.
Well, I believe, Spider, they recruited him to play full forward, but he ended up playing in the ruck. So if you want to be front and square, then Blake was certainly front and square this morning, mate.
He was definitely a part of a big win, that's for sure. But no, great to be here. Big game for both sides, and both sides, I suppose, look at two different things. South Belgrave want to respond after last week. They've lost to the same team twice this season in Mulgrave and East Burwood. Well, they've had a bit of a indifferent month in that they've won some games where they've had to come from behind, and then they've lost a game at home against Baroni a couple of weeks ago. But today they just probably want to put it all together against a top side who early in the year were probably just a bit more physical than them and probably just use the ball a lot more intelligently. So East Burwood, a good chance for them on their home track today to really prove why they're a finals contender.
Yeah, in this first hour of EFL Game Day, we're going to be joined by the coaches, both coaches, Stewie Wind and Luke Gelly, that are going to come and join us throughout this program and give us their thoughts on how today might eventuate. But first, before our first featured coach comes on, we might start at Div 4. It's probably one of those divisions, gentlemen, that the predictions and the victories always seem to be very predictable at this particular time of the season. And yesterday, one game in particular, listening to our podcast yesterday that came up for discussion was Forest Hill's chance against Churnside. And I sat back and I'd listened to the chain of thought amongst the team, and some people were giving Forest Hills a bit of a fleeting chance. But I've got to say to you guys, the statistics are telling me that, unfortunately, Churnside Park have got it all over Forest Hill, and I think they can really put the final nail in the coffin of Forest Hill's finals season, Blake?
Yeah, definitely. I was part of the weekend forecast yesterday, but I have to think if Forest Hill, they need a win there. Because I'm looking at the ladder now, and
Yep.
it says Kilsyth are 7 losses. We've also Forest Hill 7 losses. So I think it's for both sides. This would be a huge win for both sides. First off, Chernside, of course, they've got Sylvan in their way, of course, and Chernside are sitting second at the moment. But if Chernside can win and build that momentum heading into September, they just need to keep winning, I feel like, so then they can keep the upper hand with Sylvan, because who knows, Sylvan might drop a game, and then that puts Chernside Park on top of the ladder. So it's a really important game for both sides, but I reckon the pressure is on Chernside at the moment, because Chernside they're second on the ladder. And
are they sitting comfortably in second position?
They
Blake?
are.
Yeah, they're 2 games clear of third.
And how far is Sylvan in front of them? 3?
1 game.
1 game.
The percentage of about 150.
Yeah,
so
the percentages are going to not really play too much significance.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
The percentages will not play any part in that. The Surrey Park under James Kenworth has come back a different side since he's taken over the reins. An interesting clash, probably match of the round for mine in Div 4 this afternoon, up against Kilsyth, up at Pink's Reserve. Yep. Kilsyth, on their day, their form's really good, Blake, but they turn in a few performances that you don't want them to, do they?
Yeah, definitely. We of course touched down at Croydon North a couple of weeks ago when we saw Kilsyth play, and Kilsyth, they use the ground really well down at Croydon North, but they're turning it down on the low. Like, you can definitely see this, but I think last time Kilsyth, I think they beat Surrey Park. I'm pretty sure. Don't hold me on that one, but I'm really expecting a really exciting game down at Pink's. But I want to see Surrey Park. They've knocked off Sylvan, so you expect Sylvan, that game against Sylvan, to build more confidence as well, because as we touched on before, Chernside Park are a game clear. So if Chernside Park lose this one and Surrey Park win this one, that can put them to second. So this game has also got huge ramifications as well as the finals as well.
And talking about coaches, today East Burwood coach Stewie Wine joins us for the first time this afternoon in a really important game. Welcome, Stewie, and to a game that means a lot for the East Burwood Football Club this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks for having me. Yeah, it's a massive game, huge game. Yeah, we've got a tough month coming up, the last 4 games, so this is one of 4 games we're going to try and tick off, and just to try to cement our spot in the top 3.
South Belgrave gave you your first loss of the season, and that has. But the team that you've selected today is vastly different to earlier in the season. Do you think that with some key inclusions coming back in today's lineup, this will help alleviate the deficiencies you had when you last played them?
Yeah, look, I hope so. We've got some pretty good ins compared to last time. I think we got 12 different players in compared to last time. So, look, only time will tell. But we're up against a pretty good side today, so it's going to be hopefully a cracking game.
You're ranked number 1 in offence with 104 points, and South Belgrave also are the only other side that are cracking 100 points per game. Defensively, though, they're ranked number 2 at 56. If your main avenues to goal are shut down, do you have enough goal-kicking options to kick a winning score?
Yeah, we think so. We've had a really good spread all year, really. I think we've got 2 blokes in the top 5. We've got sort of five guys that have kicked over 20 goals for the year. So most weeks we're getting, 8 to 10 different goal kickers. So we think we've got the spread of goal kickers that can kick a score. It's just about supply and whether we can get on top in the midfield and give our forwards enough opportunity to kick a good enough score to win the game.
We were just talking downstairs before you come on. Your side's firmly entrenched in the top 3, and that's that's a good thing coming into the season. We're still four games to go. You've beaten Ringwood, and a win against South Belgrave today would even generate greater belief heading into the finals. In your opinion, you must be happy with the consistency shown so far. And are there some players to come back into this side to strengthen it and give you more consistency going into this final series?
Yeah, look, we're obviously happy with our season so far. We're that's still alive. We can still drop out of that top 3 if we don't win at least 1 or 2 of the last 4. So We've got a few guys that can come back in. We'll get a couple back next week, and hopefully lead into the finals. We'll have a full and healthy list. But I think that's going to be the main challenge for all the sides. The sides that have the healthy lists will give themselves the best chance come season end.
G'day, Stewie. Blake here. It's good to see another Tennant and wine combination again today. Anyway, Stu, last time we touched base was down at Ringwood, and you kind of had a COVID and flu spike around the club, you would say. How have you recovered well? Because it's obviously turning around your season. You'd definitely say that.
Yeah, that was a massive day for us out there, Blakey. I think we had 21 guys that went down with the flu that week. So, to get over the line, I know they had a few out that day, but, that was just such an important game for us. Round 9, halfway through the season. Hopefully at the end of the year, that game will be the one that hopefully keeps us in that top 3 spot.
G'day, Stewie. It's Spot. I hope you can bring home the bacon today. Now, I want to talk about the last couple of weeks. Mulgrave, fantastic win to come from behind. Templestowe, a game that had a bit of fluctuation right throughout. You get to the end of the game, you kick a goal to win the game late after, it sort of ebbed and flowed late in the game. And then Baronia a few weeks ago, you're well behind, you come back, you just fall short. Do you feel sort of use that as a little bit of motivation to tell the boys, well, guys, we've had a little bit of everything this year. We've had some really close results, close wins. We've had a couple of times where we really had to put the metal to the pedal in the second half, but then we've had a couple of times where, guys, we've probably left the run just a little bit too late.
Yeah, look, we have had a couple of close games, and that can change your season. If we had lost, even a couple of those close ones, which there's a couple there we probably didn't deserve to win. So, those sort of games change your season. Instead of being sitting third, we could have been a game out of the top 5 sort of thing. So, important games. And they've got all the young boys we've brought in. They've got a winning culture, and they know how to win. And we back ourselves in those close ones that we can get over the line.
And the development of some of the younger players right throughout the course of the season. Do you sort of, as the season's gone on from round 1 to now, and then you look back and go, gee, just the difference of what's happened from the start of the season to where you sit now and potentially can go, you feel like you're still touching the surface with this group?
Oh, absolutely. A huge amount of improvement in the group. We've got a really young list at the footy club. At the start of the year, we were just hoping to win enough games so we didn't get relegated, having come up. So, to be playing finals footy this year that we know we're going to be doing, it's a great year for the club, and now we're going to be playing finals. The more games you win, the more expectation goes up, and you just want to keep going. You start dreaming, and hopefully we put in some good performances over the next 4 or 6 weeks.
The conditions today, obviously, we've got some wet conditions. Ground's holding up quite well at the moment during the reserves game, which is pleasing. How do you think you shape up with the different sort of conditions? I mean, do you feel like do you have to change anything in these sort of conditions? I mean, the running game style and the skill level of East Burwood has been talked about a lot during the year, of how they've been so polished in terms of transition. Today it's a lot tougher because transition and execution is a lot tougher with breeze and being able to use the ball to your advantage at different points of the game. So the defensive tactics probably become more evident.
Yeah, look, we back our players to play our way, and the breeze hasn't picked up too much, and there's not any rain around at the moment. It might come, and that will change things, obviously. South Belgrave are a very good marking team, so we need to make sure we don't get outmarked. They outmarked us all around the ground last time, so we need to get the ball to ground and use our speed on the bigger ground, and hopefully win the inside, but more importantly, get on the outside and use our speed.
And just on today's game, with obviously Tim Smith's been a big figure for them all year, do you look to sort of do a one-on, just back someone to go one-on-one on him, or do you look to more of a team defence, to guys helping to whoever plays on him to help him out and not leave them one-on-one in the forward line?
Yeah, look, we're going to have to put some time in him. He's obviously a gun player. He plays through the middle as well at the stoppages, so we need to be accountable for him. We'll have a couple of guys that go to him, whether he's up forward or down or through the midfield. But yeah, we need to certainly curtail his influence in the game today. He's a gun, so he's going to be a huge part of today's game, no doubt about that.
Well, Stuart, the challenge is before you. You've beaten, like I said, you've beaten Ringwood. This would be a real huge feather in the cap for this club this afternoon after they touched you up and broke your unbeaten run early in the season. So good luck to you and your side this afternoon, and may the best side win.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Stewie Wine, coach of the East Burwood Football Club. And, gentlemen, it is a massive game for East Burwood.
It is, yep.
Because a lot can... we know what it's like when we see a young group of players come together. They really got a great win against Ringwood. If they could really knock over South Belgrave today, that's going to give them some big impetus going into the last month.
Well, it's having the confidence, boys, isn't it? I mean, once you take one team down, you grow as a group. I mean, as Stewie alluded to, at the start of the season, there was no real expectations of how far this team could really go, and everyone was a little bit unclear of where this group was heading. So every week they seem to have improved, and they continue to prove. And I think it's untapped talent yet. I mean, I think there's a lot more improvement left in this playing group as time goes on. They're just touching the surface with this playing group, and they'll add to this group going forward, because I don't think they're the finished product yet.
And I have to say, I'll put my hand up. Say I did not expect them to be this sort of form coming into a Division 2 after they were pretty strong last. And obviously, Spider, you watched them most weeks last year. They were well and truly a chance for a flag come finals time if it was there, but. They've gone beyond my expectations, and they put themselves in a great opportunity, because if this is really I don't know if you agree with this, Spider, but if they can, it's probably their last task. If they can knock off South Belgrave, if they can really just at least compete to a real could go either way sort of game, it gives them huge confidence going into September.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just giving some of those guys the opportunity and that creativity. I mean, we're seeing guys like Kempson really starting to play big parts in games. Zach Hanlon starting to play real big moments in games. And these guys, they're still very young, so they're going to be really important players for the club going forward. And then other players filter around. Well, Martini's had a really good year through the midfield and becoming one of the more dominant players. We know Neat's come back into the team in recent times, and he's been a part of the team of the week. We know down back they're very strong with Wills, Logan, and Rixton, who have become a very solid defensive unit, and they're system based and basically have been very stable, taking a lot of forward lines down and keeping them to very low scores. So big challenge for those guys again this afternoon.
And just to show you how well East Burwood are going so far, it's quarter time here in the development squad game, and the Rams are already up by 6 goals. It's the Rams 6-8-44, leading the South Belgrave Saints 3 behind. So a very good start here for East Burwood in the development. Let's quickly finish off Division 3 before we go to our first break. We were talking about Surrey Park and Kilsyth. Kilsyth is they're still in the mix for finals with Forest Hill, but they've got to overcome Surrey Park today. Can we make the case for Kilsyth?
Very hard to. I spoke about it yesterday on the forecast. I just get the feeling that Surrey Park are starting just to change things up a bit. We obviously, they've had the new coach come through, and he just wants to move the side around a bit, be a bit creative in his own way. And they've gone a little bit smaller today, probably because of weather conditions. Yep. I think that will certainly help them. Pollock not in that side, which is a little bit of a shock, to be honest, but I think they'll be very hard to beat. I still think Kilsyth will be very competitive. I think whatever they take away from this year, they can be very positive about things going forward. They're a side that will certainly, over the next couple of seasons, start to make some impact in Division 4.
Just got to be competitive today, but actually, if they can, then the next 3, Forest Hill's the big one that they've got that has to win for their terms of finals. Then they've got Nuttawading and Croydon North. So it's in their hands, and if they can just get a bit of confidence today and then build on into the final series, that they can definitely make it.
Yeah, I do too, but I just think just in the overall season so far, I think Surrey Park deserve to be sitting in the top 3 based on their performances. And quickly, we've just got the last game. We've got Croydon Emlock, I believe, at home to Sylvan.
Yep, Hughes.
Very hard to make the case for Emlock. They have improved this season. Sylvan really have not really put a blemish, too many blemishes on their report card. So could we all agree that Sylvan's probably going to get the job done this afternoon by
Yep.
quite a margin?
Yeah, comfortably.
Probably 100 plus. Yeah,
Yeah.
hate saying
I
it.
think
but
with weather, maybe around that 75-point margin. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That's that's the first 20 minutes done and dusted here. We're going to take our first break, and coming back afterwards, South Belgrave coach Luke Elliott will be joining us. This is
Today
EFL
at
Game
Eastland,
Day.
Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together. At
Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Of the South Belgrave Football Club, Luke Elliott. Good afternoon, Luke.
Thanks, boys. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, at the start of the season, many of the EFL scribes, mate, predicted that South Belgrave would be right in the mix for premiership honours based on previous performances and some shrewd recruiting in the off-season. At 12-2, with some team selection issues throughout the year so far, you'd be happy with the progress with it.
Yeah, no, definitely happy with it at 12-2. If you had to give me that at the start of the year, we would have taken it. I suppose losing to Mulgrave twice, or the same side twice, is a little bit disappointing in that we didn't obviously learn from the mistakes made in the first effort, and it was in similar conditions, one being wet and one being windy, so they got us both times there. But, yeah, the rest of the year has been sort of plugging along, not without, issues around selection and stuff week to week, which has been sort of a weird sort of year in that regard. But, yeah, we're getting through it.
You sort of preempted my second question there. Your two losses have actually been to Mulgrave. Have they exposed a flaw in your game plan that East Burwood might be able to take advantage of today?
No, possibly. I guess you'd have to ask Stewie and what he's looked and what he's seen on the tape to find that out. And I suppose we'll know in a couple of hours' time. But I think as much as no one likes losing, I think sometimes your best lessons are learnt from a loss. So, we've worked on some things during the week, and I'd be disappointed if they got us the same way as what Mulgrave have the last 2 times. So we'll see.
One area I've identified, Luke, where I think you have a clear advantage is in your defence. They're ranked 8th in defence, conceding 78 points. You're ranked 2nd with 56 points. That's a 4-goal turnaround. Is that an area where you think you might be able to exploit this afternoon?
Possibly. I think it really starts in the middle of the ground, and that sort of dictates sort of the result from there at times. I think if you asked our guys within the club that sort of know what's going on, I'd say on paper they would sort of think, with our best side out there, that our back six may be our weakest line. But to be honest, they're sort of the line that sort of held together throughout the year. We've missed Costa for weeks at a time. He's back today, which is really important. But the rest of the group down there sort of stayed relatively there's been a fair bit of continuity in the group. So that's helped, I guess. But, yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's, as I said, won and lost around the midfield. So we'll see how that goes today.
How tough has it been just with, you mentioned it before, the injuries and COVID, and a lot of sides are facing similar things where you can't get the same side in the park in multiple weeks. How difficult is that for you, especially with, you're lucky that you've got such a star-studded lineup, so you've got players that come in to do their role, but has that been tough on the side, not having any consistency?
Yeah, it is. It just throws all your planning out the door, and every week is different, and you sort of, even last week, we sort of expected to get a few back this week, and then we lost Caden Black. He got his first game at Oakley, and then Dan Wind, who's been with us most of the year, got another opportunity at Eastland, and so those sort of things play a part as well. So, which are a little bit catch on the fly at times. But I don't know, most weeks we've had 5 or 6 sort of changes, and most of them have been forced in one way or another. So we just sort of got used to it and had a bit of a laugh about it, to be honest. And then we just sort of get the group, and we know who we're going to run out with, and come Thursday mostly, and we'll just do what we can and see how we go on the weekend.
G'day, Luke. Great to have you up here in the social rooms at Rams Stadium. Now, this ground obviously very big compared to other grounds in the competition. How do you think you stack up on a bigger ground? Probably after you can use the wide open spaces when you've probably been a little bit more corridor centric so far during the year.
Yeah, I think we like playing at home. Obviously, losing last week was disappointing, but I think if you ask the playing group, they prefer to play on a bigger ground. I think sometimes, getting to show your skill and your ball movement and things like that are, more achievable on grounds like this. But, it is what it is. It's the same for both sides, and I think probably our best side has a bit more leg speed than potentially what we'll put out today. So that may expose a few flaws in our game today, but the guys know what to expect and know what's required of them today, and we'll see what they bring.
Always a risk when you want to try and bring back players in a run to a finals campaign, but Leota, mate, returning to the side, he's a pretty important player for you, but he just brings a little bit more flexibility and a bit more diversity in the way that you want to structure up.
Yeah, look, Lee's an easy one to get back into the team because he does everything right. Like you'll see him today, and he's as lean as anyone out there because, even with the injury and being off his leg for, probably nearly 6 weeks, he just does everything right, the things that he can control. So, he put his hand – we wanted him to come straight back in last week. That's how high, of regard we hold him in. And he sort of thought for the club and for himself that having a run in the early game last week was the right thing. And he did that and got through. And, it won't be his best game of footy today, I doubt, but he'll play a role for us and he'll help us hopefully get the 4 points.
Will he play a bit of limited minutes? Will there sort of be a bit of management on the way that you might manage his game time?
Probably not, only because of other personnel issues that we've probably got today. So we'll probably be asking a fair bit of Lee, and he's aware of that. And as I said, he's ready to go. He's a professional, and he'll play most minutes. To be honest,
Yeah. Obviously, we talk about the Mulgrave game. You want to put that out of your break, but what is the expectation for today's game? Obviously, you want to win, but what's the main objective you'll be happy to walk away with the 4 points?
Yeah, I just think it's a great question. I think really you just don't want to fall into the same traps as we did last week. You know what I mean? And then if we haven't been able to coach that during the week off the back of the loss like that, then we haven't done our role. So, there'll be question marks, I guess, asked of us as a coaching group. But I don't expect that to happen. East Burwood may try and clog it up, but I think that's probably a disadvantage to the way they want to play. So, I don't think the things that happened last week will occur today, as I said, based on probably their game style and whatnot as well. So, But time will tell. See what happens with the conditions too, whether the rain comes through or whatnot.
Luke, final one from the panel. This is still going to be a very competitive side coming out this afternoon. You've still got key players out of the side and players coming back in through injury and form. Is it going to be a race against time to get your best 22 back on the park, ready and in form heading into the finals?
I don't think so. I think probably, look, Aiden will be back next week. Sean Bartels will be close next week. Damien Garner's away, so he'll be back next week. Taylor's probably the main one in regards to, the issue. But he's on track to play round 17, but we won't rush him or risk him. So he'll certainly be playing footy again. They'll all be playing. And those sort of guys, they're older sort of guys, they do the right things away from the footy club. So, not dissimilar to Lee. So they'll be ready to go, yeah.
Well, Luke, thank you once again for joining us on EFL Game Day. South Belgrave have once again been the trendsetters and in Division 2 and are leading from the front, and everything all being equal might work out for another win for you this afternoon.
Yep.
But thank you for once again joining us on EFL Game Day.
Good. Pleasure, boys. Love what you do. Cheers.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard from the horse's mouth, Luke Elliott from the South Belgrave Football Club. Always generous with his time and gives you great insight into the makings and the goings-on at South Belgrave, Blake. And, look, you can tell by his demeanour that regardless of all the issues that they've had, gentlemen, this afternoon, he's still kept a very cool, calm head, and even talking about the side that he still hasn't got his best side on the park, but he's still confident that come finals time, this side's going to be ripping, raring to go.
Yeah. You're right, and look, similar to a lot of sides, it's been that consistency with getting your same list back on the park each week because of, especially with how COVID's been this year and otherwise with injuries and stuff. But they've got so many stars, and a lot of them are out there today, and a lot of them are still to come back in. And it's a big thing to have those players return just before September. And obviously you would like to see them get, maybe the 1 or 2 games at least before going to a final series. You don't want to go straight into September without any form in the last month or two, Brash. But look, the Garners are probably their big ones, and if they can play their best footy, they're almost they're not going to say unbeatable, but at their best, they're clearly the number one benchmark in Division 2.
Well, that's the big question, isn't it, Brash? Because if Leotomat, for an example, if we had all the other players available, you might have even considered playing Lee in the earlier games, but because they're probably down a few numbers, you're thinking, well, you may as well play Lee in this game because you're still going to get that, that game time. You're still going to have some contribution across the afternoon, and you can still do some things that other players can't do in the team. So he can still contribute. So I think that's really important, that what approach that Luke's taken with his coaching panel.
I think what it comes down to too is that there are some players that you've got to bring back into your senior lineup. You can't afford them to be playing in the development squad because they may not get the hit out or the game time that they need.
Well, in the game out here now, currently, that probably wouldn't be
well, if you were having
thing for him for Lee to be out there now.
If you were having Taylor Garner, who plays forward, and he's kicked 27
goals, they're getting cold. Yeah.
Right, he's getting cold. He's not going to even get a kick. You're better off having him play off the being in the 22,
playing off the bench.
I'm playing off the bench. All right, we've done all the coaches. Let's continue on now with Division 3 now, and it's only a three-game round this year, but there's still some interesting clash, and probably the game that probably holds all the interest is Donvale, Ryan. Donvale coming off the bye, coming off against Glen Waverley. Now, on paper, you'd say that Donvale need to win this game to maintain second position because Warrandyte are breathing right down their neck for that position. However, I just got a feeling that Glen Waverley are going to be absolutely desperate this afternoon to try and get a win because they need to win to stay out of that relegation race. Can we make the case for Glen Waverley, or is the fact that Donvale's talent is going to be enough to get them over the line?
Rash, I would love to make the case for Glen Waverley, but I just think at the moment, Donvale, and obviously the top four set, so there's not a necessary a win to play finals. They're going to play finals, Donvale, but that top 2 spot is very important for them. And I think their form, especially when you have their full list, I believe Hagan and Murphy, they seem to be there. So they've got a full strength side, and they're definitely capable. They're definitely capable of a top 2 finish, and
Well,
they
I
should
think they're
win.
the second best side. I think they're a little bit ahead of
Over Warrandyte?
Yes, I
Yeah.
do. Yeah, I think from a consistency point of view, and it has been proven. I mean, Warrandyte have put in a couple of poor performances away. We've spoken about this at length on the weekend forecast over weeks going previous, but this is it's a big concern. And I really think Donvale are just building something very nicely at the right time of the year going into a finals campaign, starting to get players back into the team. And I think it's really looking positive for them. We know Waverley Boys currently are the standout team, but if it's any team that matches up well against them, I think and can challenge the Waverley Boys, I believe it's Donvale.
I still, hold on Warrandyte because even last year on top of the ladder, they weren't belting sides, and they were winning most games and sort of that 2-3 goal margin. It's been similar this season, and they've lost some players during the year, so they haven't had a full list each week. But I still hold hopes for them for a flag. But going back to your point, Brash, on Glen Waverley, you're right. It's a big month of football for them because they. Assuming Fair Park, if they drop out, they're both on the 3 wins. It's Scoresby and Whitehorse in 6th and 7th on the 4.
Yeah.
They don't have a good percentage either, so they need to win at least, you would think, probably 2 games, which is, it all starts now. If they can pinch one, against a game that you wouldn't have thought they would have got, suddenly it opens it back up. But at the moment, they look to be going down.
Personnel's an issue too.
It's almost like Glen Waverley and Fair Park have got to win 3 games because their percentages, they'll need to find percentage, but they're just not going to be able to find it. I can't see that in the last 2 rounds. Blake, quickly, Scoresby are taking on Coldstream this afternoon. Scoresby, Chad Rogers has re-signed for Coldstream for next season, which is a great fill-up for the club. Can you make the case for Scoresby this afternoon? They've put in some very good performances at home this season, but Coldstream have been very workmanlike away from home this year. I think they've only lost once or twice. Yep. Can Coldstream really sew up that 4th position this afternoon?
Well, I saw Chad today before my game, and he's really excited for the challenge as well because I think Scoresby are 5th on the ladder or 6th around there. So. Yep. And I think it's obviously a top 4 final series in Division 3. So,
I believe so.
Yeah. So it's going to be a hard one. Obviously, the ground comparisons, they're pretty much the same, you would think. Scoresby's got a big ground. Coldstream's, probably got the same dimensions as the MCG, you would think. So I'm looking forward to this game personally, but I think with Coldstream's experience, with Kogar, and I think Fridge got named as well.
He's been back in the line a couple of weeks now, so he's just straightened them up. We've been speaking about it regularly, and I think him coming back, it's just providing that extra avenue to goal, and they're scoring a lot more than what they were without him. So I think that's their advantage. I mean, the last time these 2 teams met, Scoresby got well ahead, and then fell at the last hurdle and narrowly lost. So it's going to be a hard one for them to win, but I expect it to be a pretty close game throughout the afternoon.
All right, finally, Pioneers. They get a chance to register another victory this afternoon against Fair Park. Fair Park, unfortunately for them, haven't had the season that they've liked. Pioneers have been okay without being spectacular, but I think this gives them another opportunity to get a win this afternoon.
Yeah. They're coming off 4 losses in a row, so it's a big game for them because if they lose this, they drop one to Fair Park suddenly. They're equal bottom and in a bit of strife. They're good enough to be in this division. They need to win this. They've been poor away from home, so again at Fair Park, it's a bit of a danger game, but you would expect with the list they've got, they probably still have enough talent, you would think, to get over the line.
They do have the talent. Whitehorse, probably the key factor that probably hasn't been prominent for them is Andrew Padbury. Padbury's been their go-to man to be their leading goal kicker. He's just not seemed he just hasn't hit the scoreboard since he come back after that 1 year hiatus in another competition. Maybe it's a different game plan that Duncan Jones has got, and maybe Padbury's playing in another position. But I think for them to be successful, Padbury's got to be kicking goals.
He's got to kick 3 or 4, I think.
Yeah, and it's very much like Warrandyte. Buckets Phillips is their key to their final success. He's got to kick 6 or 7 goals, and
to win,
for them to win a game of football, Blake.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I think when we touched down, we touched down for their game against Ferntree Gully, and he definitely was on show, Phillips. So I think he kicked 5. I think it was by half time even. So
he's a good
yeah,
footballer.
damn right he is. He can definitely play, and we touched on about the travel between Warrandyte and Whitehorse.
I don't make any excuses for that, mate.
Yeah, but I just think it'll be a close game. But I think Warrandyte, with the experience, I think they will take the win.
Well, gents, that was a very spirited discussion there about Division 3. We're going to take our next break again, our last break, and when we come back, we're just going to keep rolling through the games here. This is EFL Game Day here at East Burwood Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to EFL Game Day. The big clash out here this afternoon. East Burwood taking on South Belgrave in Division 2. Probably a finals prelude here this afternoon as well. So looking forward to that clash coming up after 2 p.m. Let's, gentlemen, we're going to move through to Division 1 and leave Division 2 till after 2 o'clock. Few games here, and the one game I'm very interested, and I think this is a match of the day status in Div 1 this week. It's the Trows taking on the Tigers. And Blake, it's up to you, my friend, to give us a summary on what's going to happen.
Oh, well, firstly, I love that. Love how all the media team, I've finally got them all together to say the Trows. It's good to see. But
they're the demons, mate.
Don't know if Matt's on board with it.
But anyway, this is a massive day. I think if you think about it, this is a massive day for the club and also for the team as well going through. Because if we win this game and we win our next 4, we could go to 4th. And
so you've just suddenly put them in to win all all their games for the rest of the year. They've been very consistent, I would say.
We've got 2 games at home,
and
we play well at home. So I think we can knock off the 2 sides, but it's up to them. It's up our own hands. We said it in the forecast yesterday. But I think if we lose, it shows up that if we win our next 2, and then we've got to play Croydon, which I think will be the battle for 5th spot. So I think it's a massive game. I think it's probably the match of the whole club, like to hopefully get this win.
The one thing, Blake, that the Trows of, I should say, the Demons, right, have got to overcome is their poor kicking. 16-23, 11 goals, 32. Mate, they need to reverse that because they need some percentage to go with it.
Yeah, well, we've got a good percentage rate, I think, at the moment. I think 4th and 5th spot is we're higher percentage than both of those sides, so between Montana South and Croydon. So I think we've got a higher percentage rate.
You do, yep.
Yeah. And, we've got enough firepower. Like, we got Mitchy Davis, Team of the Year last year. Billy Schilling kicked 7 goals a fortnight ago. So we've got some firepower there. Also, we've got the young gun on the scene, definitely for sure. Daniel Chamberlain coming back in. He kicked a 5-goal haul and he kicked 4 against Montana South. So we definitely have the firepower there. But it's just the way we've got to kick straight.
Yeah, Blake, you also gave Gary Ayres some words of advice on Thursday.
Yes, that is correct.
For the people that didn't hear the weekend forecast, do you want to repeat what you said to Gary Ayres on Thursday night in the social rooms at selection? Yeah,
it was actually before training. I actually rocked up, got in my warm-up gear. I actually popped down to Gary as I do. I say hello.
His office? Yeah.
No, he doesn't have an office down there. Down at the no office. Just rocks up. But I just said to him, mate, no pressure. But this is the biggest game of the season, and he was questionable about it. So
2-time North Smith medalist, just taking a little bit of advice from a 19-year-old.
Talk about stating the bleeding obvious, isn't it, my friend?
Yes, yeah,
it is. Yep. Their opponents today, Mitcham, have got a miserly defence, but they've also got a gun full forward, and Jake Parenti, and you'll have a big say.
He's back in the team, Brash.
I think he's the difference, isn't he?
And I tell you what,
big inclusion.
He's a big inclusion, but Neil Winterton is the very, very shrewd operator as a coach. And if there's a little chink in the armour, he's the one that can exploit it as the coach.
Yep.
And I reckon, I'm sorry, my friend, but I'm going for the Tiggies.
Yeah, I think the Tigers as well. Lovell is playing some really good footy. Just hard to see the Tigers losing at home. They just play so well at Walker Park. I think they'll win by around about that 20-point margin, which I discussed yesterday. Yeah,
and we watched them early in the season. They're not too far behind. Obviously, East Ringwood and Mooroolbark have been the clear standouts all year, but they've got some talented players. Parenti up forward. You got Jesse Smythe, Jesse Uran. That really they find plenty of the ball up forward. They're a bit dangerous, a bit small. We've got a bit of a small forward line around Parenti. They're going to be tough to beat. And Blake, and Brash touched on it about the inaccuracy. They can't afford that today because the Tigers will make him pay for that.
Yeah, and also as well, the thing I'm looking forward to is how defensively, how we line up against Parenti and Lovell. I think that's the name. I'm no good with the names at the moment, but
you're right. Yeah.
I think I spoke to a couple the people inside the club, and what I've been told is I think Garthwaite will probably go to Parenti, and then I think Gardo will probably end up going on Lovell. So a bit of height difference, you would say, between Gardo and Lovell. So, but I just hope that's the way. I think defensively, it's the way we're struggling at the moment. But midfield, we've got it all there. Well, we've got the Scent, Heap, Hall, all those midfielders, and the firepower as well can show it up as well.
Well, gents, next game, we probably don't need to talk too much about this game, but hell have no fury on a football team scorned, because Mooroolbark will be out for absolute revenge. Yep. And unfortunately for Upper Ferntree Gully, they're going to be on the receiving end of it this afternoon. And I can see a big shellacking coming up here for the Kings, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's looking good for them, but I think they're just got to take some small wins throughout the day, just try and persist and try and hold them throughout moments during quarters, see what they can do, frustrate Mooroolbark a little bit. We saw East Ringwood get under their skin a little bit last week, saw a few yellow cards come Mooroolbark's way, put them off their game. basically put them off the contest in a sense. So Murrelbach need to go back, just reset, refocus, and try and get back to those winning ways that they were at the start of the year, and get some of those players, get some much needed game time into some of their stars. But Jared Gilby, who's been playing some VFL for Footscray, back in the team last week, and he
good inclusion.
Good inclusion for them.
Yes, well, this game, I reckon this game reminds me of the Silver Nunawading game this year. I think this is angry Murrelbach, and I, as you touched on, Brush, I can see this game getting a little bit ugly. And, as you touched on, I think as well, Spider, that we just want Upper Gully to tick boxes by a quarter, you would say, and say, hey, let's limit them to, 3 goals a quarter. Or
because it's all about the future now for this footy club. They know they're going down, so now they've got to start to build those blocks, put things in place so they're ready to go for 2023. We know they're going to probably have a change of coach, change of personnel around them, so now they can put those steps in place so that they're a better team going forward.
Okay. One thing that Upper Gully have improved their first halves, they've been able to get more on the scoreboard. East Ringwood, gentlemen, probably we all agree, I think should get the points against Liddell this afternoon.
Yeah, I think they'll be too strong.
Yeah.
Another interesting close set down decisions down at home park. It's Beaconsfield taking on Croydon. Croydon need a win because they're out of form at the moment, Croydon. They just can't get it together, can they?
Inability to score, Brush. I mean, they just can't get big scores, and that's where they're really faltering. Getting the ball through the midfield, doing some nice things there, but when they go forward, they're just so much relying on Britain, and they haven't really got other goal kickers that can come in and boost that score, and I think that's been one of their biggest issues throughout the whole of the season.
It's a must-win game because you look at their last 3, Mitcham is at home, but Mitcham pumped them early in the year, Murrelbach, and then Montrose, which could be a spot on the finals on the line. So they have to win today, especially if Montrose bring down their back. If Montrose get a win against Mitcham, it's real danger sign for Croydon because they're 2 games behind.
And Johnson back in the team for Beaconsfield as well. And it's good to see that Mick Fogarty's recommitted to the club because he knows that there's some good things going forward for this up-and-coming footy club.
We also touched on as well in the forecast that we think it'll be a low-scoring game, didn't we, Spider? We think it'll be a low-scoring game, but there's a lot of things going on about Beaconsfield, about this centre turf cricket pitch, or I don't know if there is one, but it's a lot of mud there, so it could be either way. But I reckon it'll be a low-scoring game, probably 40 to 60 max, I reckon, for the whole game.
And finally, big danger game here for Wantirna South, even though they're on a 5-game winning streak, can't afford to lose against Bayswater, who also think that they could still play finals. Do we give the Red Devils a chance to make it 6 in a row?
Yep. Absolutely. I think they're in good form. Obviously, beating Mitcham last week. It's a different side to what they were early in the season where you probably didn't have the confidence in them. This time they're back in form and should do it.
Yeah, just got a strong forward line and the capacity to be able to get the ball moving, transition of the ball. Defensively, still doing a little bit of work, but I think they're going to be a serious threat come finals time.
All right, let's move into Division 1, Blakey. We're going to keep the show on the road, mate. Bowen taking on Norwood. Norwood have an exceptional record down at Cherry Road. Lachlan Dixon back in the side, and along with Blake Pearson. Is that going to be enough?
I don't know if it's going to be enough, but the Bowen form hasn't been great over the last month or so. So
been flirting with their form.
Yep, you'd put them as a big chance. And when we watched them out there against South Croydon on NAIDOC week, it was their midfield that they had. They lost so many. I think you said it about the disposals they'd lost without Pearson and Dixon. They're 2 important keys. Yep. They're important for goals. They can hit the scoreboard, and Norwood don't have a strong forward line, so they need their midfielders to get involved. They're a big chance today, absolutely.
Blake, tips?
It's a tough one, as he touched on. They've got a really good record down there, but I think with Baldwin's firepower, I think they've got enough to get it home.
Quickly, Spider.
Baldwin at home.
Okay, South Croydon are at home to Blackburn. Very good close. South Croydon have hit the scoreboard last weekend. Can they hit the scoreboard again and put a little bit of dent into Blackburn's momentum?
Yeah, they definitely can, Spider, and I think their form's been better than last year.
Backing's been good up forward for them, and they're starting to score a little bit more, which is a lot more positive for them. Reed's playing some good footy in that midfield, doing some really good, important tagging jobs. South Croydon, big challenge for them today, just to continue on some form, build some confidence, and they really need to put some wins together and give themselves a realistic chance to finish as high as they can.
Blackburn had to beat one of the top sides, and they've done that now, so it gives them a bit of confidence. And now, we thought they were just making up the numbers. they can make an impact on September now if they can bring their best form.
Yeah, definitely for sure. I think we touched on as well with Buffy how good his form has been. I think he's kicked about 12 goals in a fortnight of footy, so that's pretty good by him to do as well. So I'm looking forward to that. But for South Croydon's sake, I think me and Spider also touched on as well in the forecast yesterday. It's where King and I can't remember the name, but I think
Kilpatrick's been their dominant X Factor player. He's their gun. Also, we know how good Wilson's been playing as well. So, Max King playing some really good footy, so they're going to be hard to beat at home.
But I think the VFL player, I can't remember the name, but he's been floating in and out of the squad. But we also want to know, will Max King play ruck? Yeah, that's the one. Sorry. I can't pronounce that last name, but we want to see where King and him end up for this game as well, because I think he's a handy in this week. So big game, and I'm looking forward to it.
Danger game. Rove will travel to Park Orchards, Domini Reserve. Can anyone make the case for Park Orchards? They really got touched up by South Croydon. Rove had a loss last week. They'll be keen to get back on the horse. I'm going to tip Roval in this one.
Yeah, they'll respond, Brash. I think they're too good a side not to respond in that sort of form. Shook back in the team after some VFL duties with Box Hill last week. And look, I think there's still a lot to like about Roval. I still think they're probably the team to beat.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're still a real chance for a flag, and I don't think Park Orchard's been competitive against a lot of the top sides.
Out of steam.
But yeah, you're right. They are starting to hit the ground.
Right, Blake. Finally, Berwick, can they improve enough to provide a big upset, or does the Noble Park juggernaut just keep rolling on?
I think Noble Park will be too strong, but remember the last time these two sides played, it was a really close encounter. So I reckon Noble Park for sure.
Yeah, Noble Park comfortably.
Doncaster East host Doncaster at Zerby's Reserve. Doncaster East are going really well, sitting in third position. I think they should get the points this afternoon.
Yeah, Donny East for me.
And the final game, which holds a lot of interest, my side Vermont, and I'm happy to say it's my side, take on North Ringwood, who will be desperate for their first win this afternoon. Vermont have got some ins with Arnott and Calder back into the lineup this afternoon, which helps them out a bit. North Ringwood will see this as their gilt-edged opportunity of winning their first game. I'm going to tip my side, but I think it's only going to be 10 points in it.
Yeah, I don't think Vermont are going to win by much, but I think there's still enough class. You look at Johnson Middle and some of the Arnott back in the side. I think they've got enough.
Still not scoring enough, though.
No, they're not.
Spoken about it.
And neither are North Ringwood.
But neither are North Ringwood.
I just think they'll do enough to get over the line. They're in a bit of a transition phase, the Eagles, at the moment, bringing young players through and developing them.
Vermont for me. I think it'll be really close, though.
Yep, Vermont.
Well, gents, that's EFL game day done and dusted for round 15. Coming up after the break, the call team is going to assemble for the big EFL game day contest, East Burwood versus South Belgrave.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together. At
Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Welcome to EFL Game Day here at East Burwood Reserve this afternoon. The big Division 2 clash between East Burwood, who sit in third position, taking on the ladder leaders South Belgrave, who have only lost 2 games this season, sitting 12-2 and on top of the ladder. Time to meet the broadcast team this afternoon to take us through the action, and making his debut with us on the senior panel. It's a warm welcome to Josh Ward. Good afternoon, Josh.
G'day, Brash. Great to be out here at East Burwood Reserve in beautiful condition as well. As you guys mentioned in pre-game, it's a big clash, first versus third, the 2 best attacks in Division 2 as well. Very excited to see what this game holds.
The man I've called many games with over the years, and always a pleasure having him on the broadcast. Good afternoon to Brett Beston. How are you, Brett?
Good afternoon, Brash. I'm not quite sure about perfect conditions, Wardy. It's not looking like it's sort of holding at the moment, but it's a bit drizzly, and there's the ground sort of looks in pretty good order. A little bit overcast, but no, I don't think it'll be all right. Not too much breeze, and in for a cracking game this afternoon. 1v3.
Ryan Long, you join me this afternoon for special comments. An interesting game set down for decision. A lot on the line for both clubs, and there is bragging rights here.
Absolutely, yeah. When we talked about it in the pre-game, a little bit of how important it is for East Burwood, an East Burwood perspective who, they've sort of ticked every single box so far, but South Belgrave's the one they haven't quite yet. They haven't been competitive against him the last time they played, so it's a big opportunity. The list that they've got at the moment, some good ins. This is their best chance to beat him. If they perform poorly today, you start to wonder, can they match it with South Belgrave come September?
And join us for all the scores that are going to matter throughout the whole of the 5 divisions this afternoon. Blake Tennant joining us again. He's going to look after the EFNL game score centre this afternoon. Interesting clash set down for decision. Blake, you'd be happy to be here?
Yeah, definitely for sure. Good to be back here on EFL Game Day as well. I'm looking forward to a couple of good games. I think I've just said it in the forecast. There's one good game in every division this week, so I think it's set up to be a really good round, and I'm looking forward to bringing out the scores.
And we'll also be welcoming the dulcet tones of Jared Beanland on the boundary this afternoon, doing double duty, stepping in at the last moment, and we look forward to his insightfulness on the boundary line this afternoon. We're going to quickly go through Division 2 now, which concentrates on the games in Division 2 leading into our big clash this afternoon. And I'm going to open the game day. We've got the Basin taking on Oakley District. Now, the reason why I've chosen this game is the Basin really need a percentage boost this afternoon. They're sitting still, I think, in 6th position. They're 2 points out, or 6 points, I believe, maybe out of the.
They're 2 points in the top 5, yeah.
Right, but they need some percentage, and they've got to get it today. Can they take advantage of the small confines of Batterham to get that score, Brian?
They can, but we also do mention that they do have the draw. So that may, depending on how the season plays out, may work to their benefit, because you're right, they probably would need a bit of a booster in percentage. But this season, it's going to come down in Division 2 to the last round from looking at the sides after last week, Mulgrave and Tempe winning. The Basin have got to find some confidence in their footy, the way they play. even if it's not a massive margin, the style of footy they need to play today needs to be something that can carry on into the rest of the season, because they've been, at their best, they've been quite good, and they've been able to challenge some of the top sides and beat them, like they've done to Baronia. But they've also had some real, poor performances, which has put them in a real dangerous spot.
The Jets have found some late season form, Brett, and they take on Knox this afternoon. Can they continue that winning feeling and still keep their finals hopes alive?
Look, I think they'll win all right, no doubt about that. But the Jets have been probably a bit of a surprise package for the wrong reasons. We would have probably tipped them at the start of the season to be up there or thereabouts, but unfortunately they've had the odd trip up along the way. But I think they'll get it done against Knox today, and they will keep their final chances alive, Brash.
What do you reckon, Josh?
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but I think, this is a chance for Heathmont to boost up their percentage. I don't think it's the greatest, and with the Basin having that draw, it might not matter. But
92%, so quite a bit behind the others.
So I think they also play Oakley District. Those two games, they need to target those as percentage boosting chances, and to gain some momentum too heading into the back end of the season. They've been pretty iffy. I'm still not convinced by them in these last couple of weeks. So this is their chance to gain confidence and give themselves a real chance to finish in that 5th spot.
Heathmont for you, Ryan?
Yeah, Heathmont for me. I think their form's obviously been better over the last month, but I still think, and we can talk about it if you want, but I think they're going to miss out on that top 5 by a couple of games. And it's, they've been unlucky. They've obviously had, a lot of injuries, a lot of players not being able to get out on the park. So, look, it's been a tough year for them. But, I think they're just going to miss out.
Yeah, I think injuries are part and parcel. I was talking to Brett Davidson, of course, last week, who's what's his official title down there, the footy manager?
Yeah,
Director of footy. And he was going through all the injuries they've had, and they have been ravaged by injuries. Yeah. But, it comes with the territory. I mean, every side at some point in the season cops their injuries, and I suppose it comes down to depth, but that has been certainly been a tough one for them.
I've got to say, Brett, my body's been ravaged of injury over the years too, mate. And that never stopped me from getting up for a game of football. Okay.
Fine-looking specimen like you, Brash. I can't believe that at all.
We got 3, and there's 3 other games of equal importance, and they both are significant. Ringwood are at home to Baronia. Now, Ringwood lost to Templestowe last week, and they'll be smarting on about that one, won't they, Josh?
Oh, they'll be very furious about that one. I think they had a couple of outs. We spoke about it on the weekend forecast. Blake mentioned, I think they had maybe a flu and COVID outbreak there last week. So they had a few outs, but they'll be fuming that they did go down to a Templestowe side, which we'll touch on shortly. They're still very talented, but they would have been really disappointed. And I do feel sorry for Baronia, just because, they'll come into this game thinking they're a chance, but Ringwood have got a couple of big names back, and I just think, they'll be determined to get back on the winners list.
Yeah, Ringwood for me. I think Baronia they're always that side in recent years anyway, who have been sort of hovering around that last final spot, and they've either just made it or just missed out. But this year they just seem to be a little bit off the pace for whatever reason. So I think Ringwood certainly to win that one for me, definitely.
Yeah, Ringwood don't lose 2 games in a row, do they? I don't know how many times that's happened in the last 5 years.
Well, every side has a slip-up, don't they?
And they're a very consistent side. They're very workmanlike. Brett Rowe's a fantastic coach. I expect him to get up, but in saying that, I think Baronia are still in the hunt, and there's still a chance for a flag. They've got to compete well against Ringwood. They played pretty well against South Belgrave. They knocked off East Burwood a couple of weeks ago, so they're in somewhat good form. Got to bring Mellis back in, but
and Zach Brasher got to come back too.
Well, depending on how long he's running against the clock at the moment, but he had a really good start to the season, as we've talked about off air. At full strength, I think they're a real chance. But they're just you can't always have probably the confidence in them as you would at Ringwood. But
where's it being played, sorry?
In Ringwood.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely Ringwood.
I'm going to go the home side, Ryan. Yeah. As well as what Baronia are going, I just feel that they're just a little bit below the top 3 at this particular stage of the season. It'll be close, but I think Ringwood will get the chocolates.
Leggett's got to go off.
Yeah.
They have a massive game, massive influence. Then they give him a chance.
Right, and this is the other game, which is a mouth-watering clash because Mulgrave beat South Belgrave last week.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shock.
And they were number 1, and Templestowe beat number 2 side in Ringwood. And Templestowe have been working into some nice form recently, and they go down to Mulgrave and take them on this afternoon. An enigmatic Mulgrave for mine. you just don't know one week or the other what you're going to get with them. And for that reason only, I'm going to go for Templestowe because they're the side I think of are on the up, heading towards the finals. What are your thoughts, Brett?
Yeah, I think Templestowe obviously off to a bit of a slow start. Is Maxie Otten back in the Templestowe
Yes,
side?
he played
So
last
he's obviously made a big difference because they missed him in the early part of the season, the big gun recruit.
And Cameron Cloak is also playing against
So
those.
they're starting to find a bit of form. I mean, all right, yeah, Mulgrave did have a great win last week against South Belgrave, which I don't think anyone would have picked.
No.
But for me, I think Templestowe are just starting to, as you say, they're on that upward trend now, and I think they'll get it done this afternoon, albeit probably quite close.
Yeah, it's a very interesting one. Cameron Cloak didn't play last time Templestowe played Mulgrave, and I think it was might have been a 6-goal win for the Lions in the end of Templestowe reserve. So he's going to be a massive point of difference. And we talked about it on the weekend forecast. Mulgrave need to find a way to shut out Michael Fogarty because he's just been terrific all year long. He's been named in the best 11 out of 14 times.
I think he's averaging nearly 35, 40 possessions a game
Yeah,
too.
and he's probably one of the favourites to win the Division 2 best and fairest as
most
well.
definitely.
So, but yeah, they need to find a way to shut him out. They have the midfield to do it, even without Jackson Gervasoni. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I did tip Templestowe, and I'm still backing them just because. Yeah, they've been a much better side the last couple of rounds. They continue to improve these last couple of weeks, and I think whilst Mulgrave are a really good side, and it's out at Wellington Reserve, their home deck, I still think Templestowe will get up, Ryan.
Final score here before your selection. Final score here in the development game saw the Rams big winners 14-13-97, defeating the Saints 1-6-12. Ryan, the enigmatic Mulgrave, they're good one week, but there's chasms between their good and their bad. Is it going to be enough to get them over the line?
I think they're a real chance, and they've probably got a bit of an easier run home than Templestowe because they don't have to play Baronia. So if they can win today, they'd set them up, give them a good chance for finals. I think just with Templestowe, their top end talent. Josh mentioned about Fogarty. Nagel's had a really good year. You're throwing Cameron Cloak up forward, bit of an X factor, give him a chance. But I still think Mulgrave have been quite consistent, so I'm leaning towards Mulgrave.
All right. Well, we've done all the games, and we're nearly ready to get into to game day. I've just got some team performance stats just to fill in our listeners and for the afternoon, just to give you a bit of an idea of where these two sides are at. East Burwood ranked number one in offence, 104, as against South Belgrave, number 2, 102. This is where I think South Belgrave have an advantage. East Burwood are ranked 8th, 73 points conceded. South Belgrave ranked 2nd, 56. Quarters won, we've got East Burwood have won 38 out of 56 quarters, ranked 3. South Belgrave 41 out of 56, ranked 1. The average home win for East Burwood this year has been 55 points, which is a third place ranking, but South Belgrave's away winning ranking is 2nd on 63. Goal kicking accuracy, we've got East Burwood number 1 in the competition at 55.2, where South Belgrave are equal 4th on 50%, and inside 50s really close between these two sides. We've got East Burwood 42 as against South Belgrave 44, and that's 1 and 2 respectively. So when you look at the tail of the tape for these two sides this afternoon, there's not much difference between them, but defensively, I think this is where I think South Belgrave may have an advantage.
Yeah, I think you're right. And look, they're not at full strength as we talked about in the pre-game. They've missing a couple of the Garners, a few key players that are going to really boost this side coming in towards September. But look, still with a half strength side, they're still one of the best sides in the league. And look, I think last week was maybe a bit of a they kicked 4 goals. They kicked about 4 goals, 18 or something. Yeah. So I wouldn't take too much into that. Mulgrave have probably had their number this year, but they're still the side to beat, and at full strength they're going to be really hard to beat. But I think this is East Burwood's best chance, Brash. I don't know about how you feel about that, but if they come away today with a 5-6 goal loss, it's going to create a lot of doubts going into September because they haven't got close to them. So it's just big for their confidence. I don't think they have to necessarily win, but they've got to compete hard, and they've got to know they're a big chance. And I spoke to a lot of the Brony boys after their loss to South Belgrave. They didn't get the 4 points, but speaking to them after the game, you can tell in the mindset that they'll be very happy to play against South Belgrave come finals because they know they can match it with them.
Well, the umpires are now making their way out onto the arena in anticipation for the clash. We're going to take our last break, and before we bring on the game, this is EFNL Game Day.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the East Burwood Reserve as we look forward to this very big clash this afternoon. 1 against 3. Cracking game it's going to be. Well, let's hope it is. Overcast conditions, no rain at the moment, and the ground is firm. We'll get down to our boundary rider, Jared Beelan, very soon just to get the confirmation of the conditions down there. Very good afternoon to you. My name is Brett Beston, calling the game this afternoon. Alongside me is the man making his debut, Josh Ward. Joshy, welcome to you, mate.
G'day, Besto. Yeah, great to be riding shotgun alongside you today. It's a big clash, first versus third, as you said, in Division 2. Two of the the 2 highest scoring sides, 2 of the best attacks in the division as well.
Boundary.
It's going to be an interesting one as we'll cross boundary side now to Jared Beelan.
G'day, gents, and g'day to the listeners. Very good to be out here. Bit of a drizzly day. It's just spitting down a little bit, maybe enough to make things, a little bit slick, ball a bit slippery. South Belgrave ended up winning the toss. They'll be kicking to the Burwood Highway end or the left of your radio dial if you're watching it on that medium. Pretty overcast, pretty chilly, but, it's not going to be disastrous, I don't think.
Thank you, Jared. Just an interesting one as we get set for the start of this one. Some of the form line heading into this one, and I guess we go back to round 6, Brash, and this was a bit of an aberration. I mean, 153 to 70, South Belgrave over East Burwood. Can we read? I mean, it was a long time ago. Can we read much into that?
Well, you can't, Brett, now because both sides have made over a dozen changes to their starting lineups from the last time that they met. Both sides have brought in some quality players back into the mix. The only thing that does worry me in the fact that South Belgrave are a side that when they get out in front, they're probably the best side that can control the tempo of the game for the rest of the afternoon. And that's one thing that East Burwood are going to have to try and come to grips with, and that they may have to force an issue to get back into a contest if they get a little bit behind.
What about the midfield battle, Ryan? Obviously, that's where the game is often won and lost, and both sides have pretty decent midfields. Where do you see that going?
I actually almost want to favour East Burwood's midfield, and maybe that's a bit harsh on South Belgrave, but probably because we've been able to watch East Burwood this year. But Martini's had a really strong year. No Spiteri today. Mariani back in the side. He's an important one for them. I think, and Kempson as well has had a really strong season if he plays in the midfield. I think they may, match up pretty well against South Belgrave in the midfield, but it's going to be if they can score. It's probably my question mark. South Belgrave are not as tall as what they usually be. No Taylor Garner, who kicked 8 against them last time. I really think this is a real big chance for him, Basto.
Are they a bit too, with Garner not there, are they going to be a bit too Smith-centric today, Brash, do you think?
No, I think they'll be able to find other avenues to go. Odomac coming in actually places pressure on East Burwood for a proper matchup, Brett.
All right, so the umpire's in the middle. He's holding the ball aloft, and here we go, getting underway. Here's Josh Ward.
So we're about to get underway here in the Eastland match of the round. East Burwood, South Belgrave, a massive rock duel first up, and it's Zach Hanlon just getting a tap down there, but Mitch Garner getting the crumbs, and handball out from the East Burwood midfielder there, but there's stacks on already in the middle, and it's going to be a ball up. Saints gaining a little bit of territory early on, but a good contested start already as Mitch Garner and Hanlon battle it out. It's going to be the clearance here to Matthew Mariani, Jamie Kempson going backwards, and it's going to be a mark there to the South Belgrave forward, or is it a free? It's a mark. Trent Castledine, and he's going to have a set shot and a chance for an early goal here for the Saints.
VFL player Trent Castledine, he's been a bit of a journeyman. He's played at quite a few clubs in his last 4 or 5 years, but he provides when he comes back and plays down at the local level, he is a real headache for opposition coaches.
So in he comes, barely any angle. Looking from about 35, 40 metres out. It's drifting to the right. It's going to go through for a minor score. So the Saints get the first score on the day. It's one behind to South Belgrave. East Burwood gets to score.
Rash, and here the important one today, as we said, whether you focus on Smith or not, that's the kind of guy that needs to really play well.
So East Burwood at least to bring the ball back into play. The kick down to a good mark taken there by Kempson. Now they play on quickly with Logan. A little bit of indecision, but they go up the line and they've turned it over. It's not good players. The ball is in the hands now of Castledine, who we just saw before. Goes in board. Ball's been dropped there by Robertson. Probably should have taken it. But we'll cut him some slack because it could be a little bit greasy out there today. Withers trying to pick it up. Ball handballed and they've turned it over. So here's East Burwood now back. And we're going to get a bit of this today, I think, particularly with the slippery conditions. Both sides just filling each other out and turning the possession over, and it's Reedy who's on the ground. Well and truly wrapped up, and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So up it goes. Up they fly, and there's going to be an infringement. We're going the way of South Belgrave on this occasion. So Garner, this is Mitch Garner, 27 goals so far this season. He kicks to full forward. Spoiled there by Rixton for... It's a free kick. I thought it might have been. Looked like he copped one high. So Timmy Smith, the man who we were talking about before the game started, he's kicked 46 goals this year.
You can't give him space. East Burwood, the East Burwood player was 5 yards off him. You just can't afford to give Tim Smith any length of ground, or you will burn you.
He will kill you, exactly. So here's Tim Smith on his way. A little bit of angle to work with. Here's the kick on its way. I reckon he's got it. No, he hasn't. But the mark is taken in the goal square, and that is terrible. It's Lee Odomat who took an uncontested mark, and the East Burwood defence goes to sleep. Odomat puts it through. We can call that one a goal assist from Smith, and the first goal of the day goes the way of the Saints, and they lead 1-1-7 to no score, and the Bendigo 3 minutes.
It's just a coach kill. You just got to punch that over the line. Had numbers there. Stamilopoulos was on the line, and you give Odomat a bit of confidence coming back into the list, into the side today. And even that contest before with Smith, Will's probably had him almost covered there, and just over the top, Rickson just was unnecessarily. I understand that, but a bit rough.
So South Belgrave do get the clearance here. It's Sam Brown running onto the ball here, but getting in the middle of there's that East Burwood midfielder. It's nearly intercepted from the South Belgrave defender, getting it over the top here to Trigger, but the handball wasn't the greatest. Handball over the top this time from East Burwood. It goes to Ben Hammond. He looks to find a player around centre wing for East Burwood, but South Belgrave will intercept, and it's going down the line straight to Castledine. It's out of play for a boundary throw, and a pretty good start so far for Trent Castledine. Brash and Ryan.
Yeah, he's found he's finding his feet very early, Castledine. That's a really good sign. Him and Odomat have started well.
So boundary throw in right in front of the East Burwood bench. Hanlon and Garner once more. It's Hanlon who gets the tap. Clearance goes to Matt Martini. They're going to go inside 50 here. There might be a number change there for East Burwood. Nearly intercepted there from the South Belgrave defender, but it's going to be a ball up inside forward 50 for the Rams.
Yeah, we'll get Jared onto that. Jared, there's a number 72 down there, if you could just check that out for us. Up it goes. Tap comes there from Garner, down for South Belgrave. Trying to get on the end of it. The ball just laying on the ground there and everyone just chasing it. It's like one of those games at the 5-year-old's birthday party. Picked up there nicely by McCutcheon. Now they work it into the contested stuff. Over there it's going to be wrapped up well and truly tight in there. And Peters it was.
The one thing that South Belgrave are doing is they're first at the ball at the moment. East Burwood are just chasing backside.
Okay, so number 72 we are reliably informed is Sam Hennessy. So just a jumper change there. He was listed at number
70,
so no big dramas there. So umpire to throw it up again. We've had nearly 5 minutes.
Boundary.
As we go boundary side with
just got confirmation that it is Sam Hennessy.
Thank you, Jared. So South Belgrave bringing it away. Ball into the tight stuff again. And it'll be wrapped up on the ground. Good strong tackle on the umpire's whistle blows. And is he paying a free kick? I think he might be in the back. So Mariani with the footy decides to switch it out towards the wing. It's not a great kick. Well, no, I think it's an awful kick. And it's been cut off over there as we get into the score centre, I think.
Yeah, just got a score from Hughes Park. Got Croydon off Emlock 1 straight 6 to Sylvan 1 straight 6 as well.
So Tim Smith picks up the ball here, goes inside 50. Sam Brown is all alone. He's going to have a ton of space to pick up the ball. Here's a chance for Brown to kick his first, and he kicks it. Brilliant finish there, Sam Brown. Set up once more by Tim Smith, and South Belgrave have the first 2 goals of the day, 2-1-13. East Burwood yet to score.
They were caught out, weren't they, Brash?
Oh, they won't. Once again, they were caught out. They pushed too far up East Burwood, and it just created that loose man off that loose ball feed there. This is worrying signs early for East Burwood. They can't get their hands on the ball. They're being led to the contest by South Belgrave, and their disposal by hand and foot is much better.
So South Belgrave off to a bit of a flyer. Not an ideal start for East Burwood, but we're in the early stages of the game, so nothing too much to worry about. Up it goes, handling the tap, and that won't come out of there. Mariani it was who took possession. And well and surely wrapped up, so the umpire says we'll throw it up again. Not quite sure where this disco's coming from. We've got thumping music below us. Hope you can't hear that on the broadcast as Mariani comes away, thumps it forward to about half forward, trying to go a good mark, really good mark taken, and South Belgrave will rebound. We'll kick up the wing, but Mariani's in it again. He's everywhere at the moment.
Well, he needs to be.
So Mariani decides to go back, finds a target in Wills. Wills goes across the ground. Oh, a bit of a fumble, but nicely taken by Hanlon. And a funny old kick too. That's an awful kick as the ball is on the contest on the ground. Now the little handball out comes back to Robertson. He gets a kick forward, but it's smothered. Now it's towards the boundary over there. Trying to pick it up is Wakefield on the far side, but they've got it South Belgrave. But huge tackle coming in there from Hanlon. Oh, that would have really hurt as the ball goes in. Nice little handball out there from Kidd. Late number change as the ball goes forward towards the defence, or towards the half-forward line, should I say. Knocked away. It's all over the place at the moment. And here they come again, East Burwood, as they kick it forward. Nice mark. So here's a chance to go inside 50 now. And there's a whistle from the umpire.
Calling it back here.
Calling it back. Getting a bit of advice from one or two of the people on the boundary. Quick handball taken there. Here's a chance to play on as they go inside 50, trying to get a mark, trying to get his hands on it there. was young, can't do so, and South Belgrave will bring it out once again.
So the mark is taken outside 50 there from Lee Odermatt. He's looked pretty lively to start, as has Trent Castledine, who marks on the wing. He goes short to Sam Brown, just keeps it alive. Ball is still alive. He goes short. A good spoil there from Matthew Jenkins. Loose ball here around half forward flank for South Belgrave. They're going to get the ball here, and it's Sam Brown once more. He's also looked lively up forward. He looks to go for Tim Smith, but intercepting there is the ever-reliable Ed Rixton, who takes his, I think would be his first mark of the day, as he rebounds out here to Jamie Kempson. Kempson goes long down the line. He's got Damon Maurice down there, but the mark is taken by Connor Agnew. Here's a chance for Eastbourne to go forward once more. Nearly taking the mark there is Ed McCutcheon. It's going to go trickle out of play here for a boundary throw. And
McCutcheon's an important football in the East Burwood cog. He'll need to hit the scoreboard a lot this afternoon for mine.
That he is. So just waiting for the play to restart. 2 goals, 1 plays, no score on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard as the umpire gets here to send it back into play. Hanlon it was, who might have got the tap on that occasion, but they've done well, South Belgrave, and they'll get it out. I think it was Neath that got the kick away, but it's going to go out of bounds. And we'll have a throw-in about the half-back line.
Ryan, the one glaring thing that stands out for me is the commitment of South Belgrave at the contest. They got numbers 2 and 3 around it, wanting that ball in advantageous positions.
You're right, every time. And they've used the ball much better.
So it falls for South Belgrave on this occasion, and they can get it forward. Looking for the big men. Smith was there, but he was nowhere near it as the ball bounces around, and it's going to come back for Eastbourne. Almost a mark taken. In fact, the mark was taken. Brilliantly done there as they go forward again. South Belgrave. Hearts it was. Up they go. That's going to be a free kick, I think. Just wait for the umpire to call them back. Socket through there by Castledine, but the umpire's whistle had already gone. And it's going to be a free kick. Is it Odermatt? It's going to get the free kick, I think.
It's a Stamatopoulos says we'll go to the score centre and Blake Tennant.
Yeah, got a score down at Kimberley Reserve. Forest Hill, 2 straight 12 to Chanside yet to score. And I've also got a score at Hughes Park. Croydon off Emlock, 1 straight 6 to Sylvan, 2-1-13.
The ball was nearly intercepted there, but Eastbourne will get it clear. Big pack of players here, and it's South Belgrave who nearly get the ball out here, but the handball goes from number 5 there for
Kylie,
as Eastbourne will get the ball here and look to go inside, to half forward, but it's intercepted there from Jordan Azua. He'll look to go down the line once more. Maurice was down there, but the mark is taken, intercept there from the South Belgrave defenders. They'll look to rebound once more. They've looked good on the rebound so far, and they go the inboard kick to Trigard, but he's got 2 Eastbourne players to deal with, and great pressure there from Marcus Young and Trigard, but it's going to be a ball up right in the middle of Eastbourne Reserve.
Gee, that was a brave move there, trying to take on a 1-on-3. Got the stoppage though, Eastbourne, and I think even South Belgrave would be happy with that result.
So up it goes. One out of the ruck there by South Belgrave. They really could do with some points. Trying to dive on it there, I think that was Stamatopoulos, but the ball comes out. It's been hurried forward or worried forward. It bounces there. Here's a chance now as the kick goes towards goal, but I think it's a ball just touched on the line. My word. That was very nearly a brilliant goal as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, the man who took the intercept mark before Brody Connolly and the number 30 for South Belgrave, he's playing a bit of a sweeping role, intercept marking as a spare down back for the Saints.
Thank you, Jared. So, first point of the day for the Rams, but you've got to start somewhere, I suppose. 2-1 plays, 1 behind as we're just waiting for the ball to come back.
A goal here for East Burwood in the next couple of minutes would be a big positive because South Belgrave have been all over them in the first 10 minutes, but they only have that 2-goal advantage. So it's certainly a positive that they haven't blown out the lead from an East Burwood perspective.
So finally have the ball. Took us about a minute or two there to get it as they go long down the line here. Mitch Garner, the target here, but a good intercept mark taken there. Jamie Kempson, he's also looked lively early on for Eastbourne. He goes long towards the goal square, but just drifting to the right, and it's a minor score. So Eastbourne 2 behind, South Belgrave 2-1-13.
He was instrumental in their win against Ringwood. Jamie Kempson, he played an exceptional on-ball role on-ball role that day.
So once more they go long down the line. They'll win it this time. It's Lee Odermatt who takes the mark slightly forward of centre for South Belgrave. Goes long to Sam Brown. A great mark there. 1-on-1 with that East Burwood defender, and he has a chance from a tight angle at 40 metres out But brilliant play there from South Belgrave.
Yeah,
he's leading. He's giving Logan a merry dance at the moment. Brown, he's all everywhere.
Big start.
So he's been brilliant this season as well. He's kicked 26 goals as well, 27 with that goal earlier on. He has another chance to get to goal number 28. It's straight through the middle. A brilliant finish, Sam Brown. He gets his second of the day. South Belgrave have their third, 3-1-19 to just the 2 behind. Brilliant finish there by Sam Brown.
He's not playing on him very, tightly. He's found a lot of space in the forward line. Was unlucky not to get another one earlier in case of a free kick. But he's in a real dangerous form.
We'll go boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, just wanted to mention that kick by Leo Demat was exactly where Sam Brown needed it. It was honestly just fantastically well placed.
Now with Mitch Garner now having a break going down to full forward, that's really going to stretch the East Burwood defence.
So it's where the class of someone like Odermatt with all his experience comes into play. As the ball is on the ground. Trying to pick it up there was one of the East Burwood players. Might have been Reedy, I think. The umpire says we'll have a throw up. So we go down to the score centre and Blake Tennant.
Yeah, got some scores down at Cheon Park. Got South Corridor 13-6. Rayville 20-7 against Park Orchards. Noble Park 7-2, and Doncaster East lead 25-0 to Doncaster.
Oh, thank you, Blakey. As the ball is there for the rebounds, and South Belgrave to bring it out. It's not a great kick though, and Agnew says thank you very much. He might have a crack from here. In fact, he's a bit far out, but he decides to do the team thing and put it to full forward. Up they fly right over the back, and that's a goal, is it?
Yep, number 7.
Is.
Martini.
That's Matthew Martini who just took that one. And the easiest of goals as he slots it through. I thought it was 17, but in fact it was 7. So Martini with a goal. And boy, oh boy, that was a much-needed goal brace for East Burwood.
It was because Martini ran into the right area of the ground then and exposed and got a mismatch and was able to take the ball and run into an easy goal.
Yeah.
They really needed it too, Brian.
Yeah, reads the play really well, put himself in the right spot to crumb for that mark, and that's what he's got to do, and that's their midfielders do have to get involved on the scoreboard.
We'll go to the score centre with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just a quick one down at Walker Park. Got Mitcham 1-6 to Montrose 1-7. So
a little bit nervous here, Blakey.
Very tight start already there. As East Burwood, they'll get the clearance. They'll go over the top here to Cody Logan and nearly intercepted there from the South Belgrave defender. But East Burwood will pick up the crumbs, and it's Matthew Martina. He's looked good these last couple of minutes. The intercept mark taken there, though, from Taylor Withers. Looks like he's playing a bit more of a midfield role today as he goes short.
That was actually Connolly there.
Once more, he's done really well, Connolly, as well. Long down the line goes Stevenson.
Whoa.
There's a free kick here, and it's going South Belgrave's way, so another chance to go inside 50 here. It's Lee Odermatt once more. He goes long. Mitch Garner, the main man down there, but nearly taking the mark. A great effort there from the East Burwood defender. Could have been holding the ball as well. It's a high free kick, though, and it's going East Burwood's way.
Very lucky to get away with that, East Burwood, because there were South Belgrave players circling.
So East Burwood will rebound outside of 50 here. Nearly intercepting there was Jay Robertson, but they have a chance here to get that intercept triggered, who looks like he's gone into temporary ruck for Garnos. Immediately pressured was the East Burwood defender, but getting the handball out to Cody Logan here, and they'll look to rebound once more. Nearly should be intercepted here from South Belgrave, though, and it is intercepted. A great move there, eluding a couple of tackles. And Sam Brown again. He has had a brilliant start to this game, Sam Brown, giving Cody Logan a bloodbath, and he has a chance for his third goal in the first term.
He'd have a smile like a Cheshire cat at the moment here, Brown. He couldn't believe all his Easters and Christmases are coming at once here.
So he'll kick from about 45 metres out, pretty much no angle, and he slots it. His third of the day. Sam Brown has started really hot, and South Belgrave have their fourth, 4-1-25. East Burwood 1-2-8.
Kicking inside 50, they've been a lot better than East Burwood so far. They've been able to hit up target. Sam Brown, again, just gets himself into the right positions, always playing in front and able to lead up to the footy, and that's a bit of a worry for the Rams.
Blakey?
Yeah, got another score down in Scoresby Recreation Reserve. Got Scoresby 19-13 over Coltrane.
You just feel their defence is just not quite set up too well at the moment.
So ball back in the middle. On the ground, and was it in the back? No, the umpire says we'll just have
It is in the back.
It is in the back. I thought it was. So free kick going the way of Burns for South Belgrave. Decides to go out wide and finds a target. Now they come forward again. Okay, that's a poor kick, though, and it's been cut off over there by Wills. He was good the last time we saw East Burwood play. Goes right across the other side of the ground, but it should sit up nicely, and it does. Nice work there by Reedy. Reedy's off. He gets it inside, finds Kempson. Kempson's going to have a shot, I reckon. It's going to come up a bit short, is it? In fact, it's going to bounce through, and it's going to be cut off back there. Desperate defence by South Belgrave. They're a bit lucky to get out of that, and a good kick finds Costa at half-back, and they'll come out of it. Little chip out there, nicely marked. So that's Brodie Connolly on the half-back line, goes inboard. It's a bit of a wonky old kick, and in fact, it's been cut off over there by Big Hanlon. Hanlon goes inboard, and the mark is taken there by Agnew. Oh, that's coach killer stuff, that. So South Belgrave looking to bring the ball out. They looked like they'd got out of the situation, but now they've just given it straight back. And East Burwood with a massive chance. We got a Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got a shock score here. I've got Forest Hill 6 straight 36. The Churnside yet to score, so that's a big one there. And I've got Croydon North and Lock 3 straight 18 to Sylvan 3-4 22.
All right, some interesting scores from Division 4 is Agnew. This is a big kick for East Burwood to get their second on the board, and he's made an absolute mess of it. Doesn't even have the distance, and it's been marked back there. That's a shocking kick.
So South Belgrave will look to rebound here. That definitely wasn't the greatest kick from Connor Agnew. He'd like to have that one back, but they're going to nearly get the ball out here. Immediately pressured, though, from the South Belgrave defence, and it's going to be a ball up around 55 metres out from from East Burwood's goal.
South Belgrave don't make too many mistakes defensively. You're going to make them pay when they do it.
Yep. So they nearly get the clearance here, but instead it's East Burwood who do get the clearance. Out here is Reedy, who will look to go inside 50 once more. Leading there was Ed McCutcheon. He nearly picks up the crumbs. He will get the ball here from Marcus Young. McCutcheon looking towards goal. Martini is there. Just flies over the top, and it'll be a boundary throw-in here, right in the forward pocket of East Burwood.
It just seemed to make sure South Belgrave, they've always got 2 and 3 at every contest to cover all the bases.
So it'll be Hanlon against Trigger once more. Hanlon will just thump it forward here. Here's a chance for Angami, and nearly getting the ball there was the East Burwood forward, but it's a bit of a contest out at the back in the forward pocket of East Burwood, but it's going to be cleared here from South Belgrave. Bouncing over the top here and getting the ball was Jordan Roberts, but it's intercepted. It's Cody Logan who's gone long to the top of the square. The mark is nearly taken there from Philip Costa, and it's through for a minor score. East Burwood are now 139, South Belgrave 4-125.
Rash, what do you think about just bombing it long in there? Because South Belgrave got a relatively tall back line, and they're holding strong so far.
Yeah, it's not going to lead you to paradise if that's what you're asking me.
So Taylor Withers is a bit of a dodgy kick, and it's been cut off, and here's an opportunity now with Kempson. Kempson, though, has not done a particularly good job in getting that. And you can see it's quite slippery over there. Might get Jared to comment on the ground conditions, because there's a lot of fumbling and a lot of slipping around. As we go boundary side, what on cue?
Yeah, it is starting to spit a little bit more. It's been steadily just spitting a little bit throughout the entire quarter. So, yeah, definitely not helping the ground conditions in any way, shape or form.
Thank you, mate. So Agnew it is, as while we were watching that. I think he's drawn a free kick, but it's going to be a tough one because he's right up against the boundary trying to dry the ball on the Guernsey. So that's a sure sign that it's a
Well, he shanked the last one, Brett.
Well, let's see if he's learnt from his mistake, Brash. Here he comes. It's a tough kick. This would be a contender for goal of the day if he can slot it through, but he can't. And still in play over there. In fact, it's been all good work over there. Nicely done by Robertson. And they'll get it out, South Belgrave, for the moment anyway. Nicely picked up there. It's Hards as they get it towards the boundary line. And in fact, it's over the boundary line. So we're in time on at the end of this first term as we go down to Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got some premier scores. Got South Croydon 26-6 over Blackburn. Park Orchard 13 to Roeville 22. And Noble Park lead 13-4.
So thank you, Blake. So 25-9. East Burwood will probably be pretty happy to still be relatively in touching distance. Although having said that, they've had a bit of a better second half of this first quarter.
That man again.
And he's having an absolute field day as the kick goes in ball, but it's a little bit overcooked this time. Nicely done there by Rixton.
Oh, no.
But they've kicked it away. It's a bad kick, and it's cut off by Connolly, and here's South Belgrave to rebound. Ball's on the ground. Mark not taken. Little handball in there by Withers. It's all a bit untidy. Now it's a little handball out there from Peters. It's all over the place at the moment as the ball is put on the boot there by Forbes. He slams it in, but that's a terrible kick, and it's been cut off easily by Willis. And they'll come out of defence.
So Willis will rebound it outside 50 here. He's got a loose man on the far side here. They look to go up the line. Andre Angami He's the target there, and he's going to draw a free kick. Declan Forbes front on contact there, right on centre wing. So Angami looking to go inside 50. Doesn't have too much there. It's a 2-on-1. Mitch Garner was one of the players there. It's still in, but it's gone out of play from the South Belgrave defender, Philip Costa, for a boundary throw-in.
I almost feel that East Burwood might have to go back to the real basics of football and play some tempo football to gain possession of the ball and kick the ball to position, because the way they're doing it, South Belgrave are just waiting and preying on every single missed opportunity.
So in ruck again. At the back there was Mitch Garner. It's going to be a free here. We also don't have...
East Burwood's way.
East Burwood's way. It's to their ruck. We don't have...
Kempson.
So go short here, does Kempson. Mariani was the target, not 15 play on. He's up against Mitch Garner. Here's a chance. This goes inboard, and chance here for a mark, but intercepted there from the South Belgrave defender, and Sam Brown. He's been everywhere this first term, but it's going to be picked up here from East Burwood. A chance to go back inside 50 once more for the Rams. Out here, it's Stamatopoulos, but it's going to go for a boundary throw and around 50 metres out from the Rams forward goal.
You'd have to say, Ryan, that South Belgrave have outworked East Burwood in this first quarter.
They certainly have.
Let's get into Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, just got some scores down at Walker Park. Got Mitcham 15 to Montrose 19. So, interesting game there.
Go the Demons.
Go with that. What do we call them? The Tros, is it? Or
Yeah.
whatever it is.
We love you, Gary.
South Belgrave to bring the ball back in, but that's not a great... Well, in fact, he actually castled on it superbly there because it was a 2-on-1. And I was about to say it wasn't a great kick, but he's got above the two defenders and marked it. That's a superb piece of work.
Oh.
And then puts it out on the full side, put the moz on him totally there. It's the first one of the day. And it's going to be a free kick going the way of Stamatopoulos for East Burwood. So we've had nearly 25 minutes played. We've had, what have we had? Just a couple of 5 goals, so there'll be a little bit of time on. So Stamatopoulos finally puts it onto the boot, kicks long towards half forward. Plenty of defenders back there for South Belgrave. Juggling it there was Connolly. It's on the, in fact, not quite on the ground. It's being taken there. Is that in Jimmy, I think, under there?
Maurice.
No, it's Maurice. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
And Brash, you talked about at the start of the game how hard it is to cut back a South Belgrave lead. They've really got the work ahead of themselves now.
So as the ball comes out from South Belgrave, who's number 10, boys? I don't think we've got...
I don't think we do, Jared. I think you might have to.
For South Belgrave, Jay Robertson.
Jay Robertson.
Okay. So ball in the hands now of Wolves. I think I called him Willis before, and that's a nice kick. Quickly hands it off. Here's an opportunity now for Hennessy. He fires one towards full forward. Up they fly. Mark almost taken by McCutcheon, but he's going to be... the siren just goes in the nick of time. And the umpire says no score. So quarter time out here at East Burwood. 25 minutes, so reasonably short quarter. But it's the South Belgrave side who have their noses in front, 4-1-25 to 1-3-9. And the major goal kickers from the first quarter.
Sorry, East Burwood only the one goal kicker, Matthew Martini. South Belgrave 3 goals to Sam Brown. A terrific first quarter from him. And Lee Odermatt with the other goal for the Saints. We're going to go to a break here on the Eastland match of the round. On the other side of this, we'll have the second quarter, and Jared Beanland will be speaking with one of the coaches.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the East Burwood Reserve, where we're 1 quarter into this one, the big 1v3 game. And at the moment, it's South Belgrave with all the bragging rights, and they lead 4-125 to 139. Major goal kickers, or the goal kickers for the South Belgrave side. Brown has had a bit of a field day off the half-forward line. He's kicked 3. Odermatt has 1. And then for the East Burwood side, just the one goal kicker, and that's Matt Martini. So South Belgrave with their noses in front. And East Burwood, though, boys, fair to say, I thought they came back towards the end of that quarter, started to get back into the game.
Yeah, they had their moments in the last 5 minutes, Brett, but they were unable to really capitalise on that opportunity. Sam Brown's probably got leather poisoning at the moment, the amount of times he's handled the ball. 3 quality goals in this opening term. South Belgrave, once again, have got the game on their terms, and then East Burwood are going to have to try and find some momentum here, Ryan, in the second quarter. Otherwise, if the Saints kick 3 or 4 quick ones, the game could easily blow out very quickly.
And Brash, time and space. You know, Sam Brown has a lot of time to
too much
room to lead into. He gets the ball. He's got time. They've just got to be. They've got to tighten up, and they gave away a free kick to Smith, and didn't punch the ball through the line, which led to another goal. Odermatt's first. They've just got to be real conscious of it, because South Belgrave can really stretch this margin out very quickly. The game's on the line right now.
And the fact that the one glaring thing is that, Brett, is that South Belgrave have got 2 and 3 players around each contest, and basically they've got all bases covered, so whichever way the ball comes out, they've got an out. And the player playing, and they've already got someone moving forward.
As we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
I got Stuart Wind, coach of East Burwood. Mate, quarter time address. What was the main? Where's the improvement going to come from for this second quarter?
Look, it's just coming out of our forward half way too quick. I think we had more forward entries than them, inside 50s, but we just didn't take our opportunities. We just kept bombing it in. We had to lower our eyes a little bit more and hit up our forwards, kick the space, because they're just sweating on us bombing it in, and they're just picking us off and taking it out way too easy.
And defensively, do you think there needs to be much improvement there?
Yeah, I think a run from back half, and we're defending okay. Just got to control the midfield and give our forwards a good opportunity to score.
Thanks, Joey. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thank you, Jared, with Stuart Wine, the East Burwood coach. Bit of work for him to do, but this game's certainly far from a done deal. As we're back in the middle, just waiting for the umpire to get us started, holds it aloft, and Josh Wood's going to get us started for the second quarter.
So once more, it's Zach Hanlon against Mitch Garner in ruck, as it has been for most of that first quarter, and it's Mitch Garner who gets the tap down. I look to get the clearance here through Peters, but it's instead East Burwood who get the clearance, and Matthew Mariani trying to burst through a couple of tackles. He's got Sam Hennessy over the top. He's a chance to go inside 50. He launches the barrel it's just touched from the South Belgrave and East Burwood players. As we'll go to the score centre with Blake Tennant.
Got some good scores down here at Walker Park. Got Mitcham 2-3-15 to Montrose 5-2-32. So big game coming up down at Walker Park.
Has there no other games being played today apart from
I got Mirrabbark 4-6-30 to Upper Gully 1 behind.
That's a free kick there for front-on contact that Ethan triggered. As we'll try our best not to focus centrally on Mitcham and Montrose, despite the fact our guy in the score centre is a beloved Montrose fan, as East Burwood will look to go inside 50 here. Maurice, he's got Matthew Martini as a target down there, but it's all South Belgrave, and picking up the crumbs there was Darcy Walls as they'll look to rebound out here, and a good mark taken here from Bryce Hart.
So nice work by South Belgrave. Good little start though by East Burwood, sort of carrying on from what they did in the first half, or first quarter at least, as Brown has it on the ground. Gives a funny old handball. It's been roved over there by Hennessy. It's towards the boundary line, and it's across the boundary line.
Logan still hasn't learnt yet that he's got to man up on Brown, because Brown just keeps leading him a merry dance.
Slipped over and still had enough time to recover it.
It's probably going to be a bit of a watch this space, because if it gets too much out of hand, they're probably going to have to look at a match-up change, because Brown does have 3 and he is getting off the leash, as Bruce said. Let's wait for the umpire to...
Maybe the lights might come on too, Brett.
Yeah, it's getting a little bit dark, I have to be honest, which is not uncommon in these parts, as the ball is knocked down by Hanlon. Nicely roved over there by Peters. Peters goes towards full forward. Smith trying to get on the end of it. Was that a free kick? No, the umpire said no. Castledine ran past it. Now it's in the hands there of Logan. Gets a handball across, and they'll get out of this. Nice sort of work by Wills. A little short kick by... And they'll get this out now with Hammond. Hammond down the line. This is good. Nicely controlled. Quickly off to the races. It's Reedy. Gets it down the line. Trying to find a target. This is good from East Burwood at least. As Barlow. He's been quiet today. 31 goals for the season, but he hasn't even gone near the goals at the moment. He's playing maybe a different role today. Little handball inside. This is good. Over the top they go, and trying to get his hands on it was Agnew, went without it, and now South Belgrave will turn it over. Nicely worked there by Peters. He's been quite prominent early. And they go down the line, South Belgrave. Can they hit a target this time? It's high, and the punch comes in. Someone has got one on their head there, I think, as the ball is on the ground. Jenkins, now it's there for South Belgrave again, and they'll go back inside 50. Can they hit a target? Is that a mark? It looks like it is. Odermatt on the bottom of that, I think, and he almost might draw a 25. He's playing for it.
That's not going to work, Lee.
Not going to go. So reckons he doesn't have the distance, and he's hit that man again. Just what we were right on cue. We were talking about Brown, and he's going to go back and line up for his 4th as we get into Jarrett on the boundary.
Yeah, this was part of the address at quarter time from the defensive coach for East Burwood. He mentioned that there's a few matchups down there in the back line that the Rams will just have to deal with that aren't necessarily favourable. They're just going to have to essentially deal with this for the rest of the game.
Jared, you might want to ask Stewie Wine if he wants to make the move now, because Brown's heading for a 10-goal performance here.
Yep, absolutely. He's got to do pull the trigger as soon as the kick is on its way, and he's got it. The goal umpire did not even move. So Brown has his 4th, and he's going to set some sort of record at this pace as he puts it through, and South Belgrave kick away to a 21-point lead. It's 5-1-31. Playing 1-4-10 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 3 gone in the second term.
Danny, you, Blakey?
Yeah, got the third division scores. Got our scores be 5-1-31 to Coltrane 6-2-38. And I also have Clem Waverley 1-6 to Donvale 3-3-21.
So we're finally not getting a score from Mitcham and Montrose. We're going down the division as the ball is back in the middle here of East Burwood Reserve. And it's Mitch Garner and Hanlon once more. It looked like Hanlon who got the tap once more. It's a bit of a scrap in the middle here of East Burwood Reserve, and looks like it's going to be a secondary stoppage here.
Earth calling to North Ringwood. Any chance of a score, please?
No. We've got nothing. So
that's disappointing as Mitch Garner gets the tap down here, getting it to Bryce Hart, who will look to get the clearance here, but instead it's East Burwood who get the clearance here. Zach Hanlon just launches it long inside 50. Nearly a good mark taken there from Darcy Walls, but the ball is picked up here from East Burwood, but immediately pressured here was Marcus Young, and it'll be another ball up, this time inside forward 50 for East Burwood. So they've got a chance here as Mitch Garner and Hanlon once more. Garner gets the tap down to Hart and immediately pressured there. It's going to be another ball up, so a chance here for East Burwood to score though.
Have to lock it in though, as Stewie Wine pointed out. They've been too easy to come back out, so they've got to lock it in here.
So free kick. I think Hanlon's given one away there. He has. He was all over his opposite number in Garner. They're having
the other way.
Going the other way. I felt sure he pointed no. Okay, fair enough.
Let's have a look at that.
It looked like I thought he pointed the other way. You can see that.
Maybe he's calling for a block.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, see, his arm goes that way and then he changes it to there.
Yeah, that one was a bit ticky touch, but I reckon that could have gone either way, I reckon.
Yeah, not much in it, that's for sure. So, opportunity now for Hanlon. He's been really good today, Hanlon. He's been one of East Burwood's best. He's battled away. And this will be a big kick if he can put this through.
Needs it.
Get it back to a 15-point game. It's on its way. I reckon he's got it.
Yeah,
he has.
goal.
Beautiful kick. So Hanlon's certainly was not exactly fighting a lone battle, but he's certainly right up there in terms of one of their better players today, East Burwood. And he slots it through, and it's back to a 15-point game, 5-1-31, 2-4-16. Time to go down to the score centre.
Yeah, you got some previous scores. Got South Croydon 5-4-34 to Blackburn 2-1-13. We also got Rover over Park Orchards 41-14, and they've got Naval Park over Berwick at this stage 14-11, and Doncaster East lead 44 to Doncaster 13.
Thank you, Blakey.
So Bulls once more back in the middle here of East Burwood Reserve. It's Garner against Hanlon, and Hanlon gets the tap. He's done brilliantly these last couple of minutes in this whole game, but it's going to be the clearance here for Peters. Nearly holding the ball call, but East Burwood will still get a chance to go inside 50 here, and a good mark taken there. Connor Agnew has a third chance on goal. They say third time's the charm, so here is a potential chance for Agnew to get his first of the day.
They've started well this quarter, East Burwood. They've got some momentum going their way. Now they've got to capitalise because they need 2 or 3 quick goals just to get themselves back into the contest.
So Agnew, he'll kick from a slight angle around 35 metres out here, kicking towards the Burwood Highway end. Comes in. It's drifting. Right, he's not had the greatest day. You could argue I put the Moz on him, but he's not had the greatest day in front of goal.
It certainly was their best inside 50, then gave it into space for Agnew. They've just got to finish him off because they're going to be punished the other way.
So South Belgrave will look to rebound out here through Darcy Walls as Tim Smith is the main target down there, and it's going to be a ball up around the halfback flank here for the Saints. Blake Tendon in the score centre.
Yeah, got some Division 2 scores down at Jubilee Park. Quarter time scores. Ringwood 1-4-10 to Baronia, 1 behind. Templestowe lead 22-7 over Mulgrave. The Basin 9-6-60 to Oakley District, 1 behind.
So into the middle of East Burwood Reserve, South Belgrave go. Nearly taking the mark there was Matthew Stevenson, but it's going to be a high free kick. It's going to go the way of East Burwood. Looked like it was Stamatopoulos as Wills will get the ball here. In fact, here is Evan Stamatopoulos. He'll look to go inside 50 here. He's got plenty of targets. South Belgrave marking really well, though. Coming in from the side is Connor Agnew. Created a good contest of it. Andre Angame's down there. Connor Agnew picking up the crumbs. Marcus Young. Handball over the top. Connor Agnew. Here's a chance for his first goal. Brilliant finish. He's finally got one, Connor Agnew. And East Burwood have now kicked the last 2 of this match, 3-5-23 to 5-1-31.
Did deserve it, Brash, because he has fought hard. He struggled in front of goal in the set shots, but that was 1, 2, 3 second efforts just to be able to get the ball and have a shot on goal.
Yeah, he's restored some faith.
So let's go down to the boundary side with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, a bit of a number update. We have Lewis Neat on our sheets as 43. He's actually wearing the number 10.
On you, Louis.
Yeah, got some.
Know him well.
Sorry, guys. Got some scores we finally got some scores out of the North Ringwood Vermont game.
Hooray!
Vermont 17 to North Ringwood 2 behinds.
Thank you, Blakey. So I tell you what, he may be missing a few shots at goal, but he's been really prominent, Agnew. He's got himself into plenty of opportunities to get a goal, and he's finally got one. And East Burwood, well, they're hanging in there as the ball goes forward to half. Up they fly as Ed Smith. Ball goes to ground. They've still got a chance here. Over the top, bouncing towards the... nice mark taken back there. Well done. And Wills will be able to bring it out. In fact, 25 metres, so that'll make it a little bit easier for him.
Actually,
had a good start, Wills.
Wills has shown a lot of poise in the early part of this game.
He's looked solid like that. It's a bit of a dangerous kick. Up flies Kempson, and they've turned it over South Belgrave onto the boot. They go inside defensive 50, but that should be marked back there. In fact, good work there by the big man, Castledine. Got a hand in it. He's knocked it out of bounds.
The other thing that was really important for Agnew to kick that goal, because the last thing you want is to kick the ball to have no confidence in that player who can get the job done if you're setting him up, Blake.
Yeah, got some 4th division score. A bit of a blowout at the moment, you would say. Forest Hill 60 to Chernside Park 19. So really disappointing there.
Plenty of time.
Yep, Sylvan 65 to Croydon North 18.
That's a really bizarre score. I'm not quite sure where that's come from, Forest Hill. They've suddenly found some form as McCutcheon, it wasn't McCutcheon, it was Hards, I think, as the ball is out of bounds. So it's turned into a pretty good contest. This East Burwood have come back really well in this quarter.
Maybe Forest Hills, Brett, don't want to go to the last chance saloon
No,
yet.
no. So margin is 8 points, and we've got a bit of an injury on the far side. Wills it is a bit slow to get up. In fact, he looks a bit worse for wear.
Can't afford to have him off.
No, he's been terrific for East Burwood. If they lose him, they'll be in all sorts. And we're just waiting for the perennial problem in local footy as we wait for the ball to come back. So it's going to be a free kick to Wills, I think, by the looks. Didn't quite see what happened.
It's out on the full, I think.
Out on the full, all right. It happened about 5 minutes ago. By the time I can't even remember as the ball goes inbound. Here's the kick. Up they fly. Kempson it was. He went up high. Didn't quite get his hands on it. Now it's back into the middle, but South Belgrave, good tackle coming in there. Or is it going to be a good tackle, or is it a high tackle? Holding without the ball.
That was a definite free there to Wakefield.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
Got dragged off the contest.
So Agnew it is with the footy. Sorry, not Agnew. It was Wakefield. No, it was Agnew. I was right. No, it was Wakefield. I'll get it right in a sec. Now it's on the deck. Little kick out there from Maurice. And they just got their hands on it, East Burwood. We're just trying to get themselves out of defence. Well, that's a nice kick and finds Barlow. As we said before, he's been a bit quiet today, Barlow, but maybe playing a different role. He's playing up the ground as the kick goes forward, looking for Hennessy. And he can't drag it in. It's out of bounds. So we've had 11 and a half minutes in the second term. And the margin just 8 points, 31 plays 23 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
We'll go to the score centre, Blake Tennant.
Yeah, got some premier scores. Got South Croydon 40 to Blackburn 14. Rowville 48 to 14 over Park Orchards. And Naval Park 21 to 11 over Berwick.
So boundary throw and run in front of us. We're in the social rooms here at East Burwood Reserve. Got a really nice view as Mitch Garner tries to get the tap down. They're just dissed it out of bounds once more, and it'll be a boundary throw-in.
Wakefield's just come back from injury, and he looks like he's in a little bit of discomfort there as he goes off. Looks like he's got a thigh issue there, Jerry. Keep an eye on that.
Will do.
So boundary throw-in once more. Lewis Neat against Mitch Garner. Garner will look to take advantage of this matchup against the secondary East Burwood ruck. It's Garner who does get the tap, but it looks set to be an East Burwood clearance. Hennessy gets the handball over to Braden Barlow. Here's a chance. A great effort there from Braden Barlow, but it's through for a behind. 3-6-24 the Rams to 5-1-31 the Saints.
Boundary.
Jared Bainland, boundary side.
Yeah, really quickly, a matchup change. They've got Evan Stamatopoulos following Sam Brown a little bit more now, while Cody Logan is playing a little bit further up the ground. I saw him on Callan Burns before.
So that'll be interesting to see how well Stamatopoulos goes on Sam Brown as South Belgrave looking to rebound outside of defensive 50 here. Mitch Garner the target once more. Nearly picking up the crumbs there was Taylor Withers, but East Burwood, they look set to go inside 50 once more. Here's a chance. Inside 50 goes Stamatopoulos. He goes to the top of the square. A couple of spoils there from South Belgrave defenders. Andre Gary off the ground. What a finish. Great reaction time from Andre Ngemi. And East Burwood have their third in a row, 4-6-30 to 5-1-31. Tobin Brothers goal of the day, surely.
Has to be the contender so far. That was brilliant, and that's the pressure. The first quarter, it was coming straight out. This time, they're starting to have a bit of forward pressure. When the ball hits the ground, they're right there, and guys like Njemi and even Agnew before, they're getting their hands on the footy and they're getting to the right spots.
But they're also finding space too, East Burwood, and they're showing a little bit more poise when they're delivering the ball to their player. And the fact is that they're creating mismatches now against South Belgrave, who are just once again struggling to get the ball out of the middle.
Indeed, great call, Wardy, as the ball is back in the middle, knocked out there by South Belgrave as they try and get it out. But East Burwood have really pulled finger in this quarter, and they've got themselves back to within a point. Ball on the ground, falls out there, and they get it forward again, South Belgrave. Funny old kick, though. Castledine flies high. They've got a hand to it, knocked it back, but East Burwood will get it. And they'll bring it out again. They just look a lot more confident in this term, East Burwood. Here's the kick down. That's going to be a free kick. Smith.
He's playing up the ground a bit here.
He is indeed, yep. So playing a bit of a different role, Timmy Smith, as he puts it inside 50, poking it into the pocket. And it's that man again, Brown. 4 goals today, but he can't get his hands on it on this occasion, and it's knocked out of bounds. So coming up to 15 minutes gone, and it's a 1-point margin. It's turned into the sort of game now that we expected at the start, after being not exactly one-sided, but from a score point of view, it was a little bit lopsided early. But you always felt that East Burwood are not that far off the pace. Just wait for the umpire to send it back in. Hanlon easily to the front spot, gets the knockdown. Bit of chasing over there and picked it up nicely. South Belgrave, funny old handball though. Goes in bounds and it's probably going to go out of bounds over there.
Boundary.
As we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
I just visited the South Belgrave bench a couple of minutes ago. It seems like Corey Wakefield's just getting a bit of strapping and then he should be back out there soon.
Thank you, Jared. You can't afford to lose him. He's been good, Wakefield, one of their more important players. There's the umpire. He gets set to throw it back in. This great ruck draw this afternoon. That's Hanlon again. He's having a terrific game. He's been one of the catalysts for East Burwood's comeback as the ball goes forward looking for a target. Not quite taken. Falls there for, I think it was Hennessy. Now it's in the tight stuff again. They try and work it out. It's Brown in there doing some tough work, and that could be a free kick. Yes, it is. It was a free kick, so Brown had his hands on it there, but the umpire says we'll come back. And it's going to be a free kick to Hammond. Gives it off. And here's a chance for East Burwood to bring it out of defence.
So intercept mark taken there, not the greatest kick. So Matt Stevenson with the intercept mark here. In the back flank here for South Belgrave, not the greatest kick in return from him. And East Burwood have a chance to pick up the crumbs here. And Gamma, who just kicked that brilliant goal just before trying to evade a couple of East Burwood players. He does brilliantly. Looks to go inside 50. Good shrug off there from Brodie Connolly. Takes another intercept mark. He's also had an impressive game. Goes short to Darcy Walls. And East Burwood have covered the wing here pretty well. Look, might have to go down the line here, Walls, and getting a Shepherd there helped out there. And looking to go along, Max Wills nearly intercepting, but in the end intercepting was Hammond. And taking the intercept here, it's been plenty of intercepts the last couple of minutes. Bryce Hards and South Belgrave have a chance to rebound into attacking 50. Again, East Burwood marking pretty well. So down the line, Bryce Hards goes. Sam Brown is one of the targets down there alongside Lee Odermatt. Brown nearly took the mark. Gets the handball out though. The East Burwood defender in Stamatopoulos has done really well, and great tackle there from the late inclusion, Jake Kidd, and it's going to be a boundary throw-in.
I can see from just even up here, the ground condition looks a little bit more slippery. Players are just not getting the purchase or the delivery that they were in that first quarter.
Blaketon at the score centre.
You got Division 1 scores down at East Ringwood Reserve. Got East Ringwood 5-2-32 to Lillardale 14 and Rural Bark 4-6-30 to Upper Gully 1 behind.
So South Belgrave, Tim Smith here gets the free kick. It'll be a high free kick. Chance here for the Saints to go inside 50. Definitely does look like Smith might be playing a bit more of a midfield role here in this second term. He's been kept pretty quiet for...
Hanson gave him a bear hug then.
As he looks to go long inside 50 here. Players are plenty down there. Taking the mark there. Brilliant mark. Bryce Hards in front of a massive pack, and he has a chance to kick his first of the day, and South Belgrave to respond here.
Premiership player Bryce Hards. Don't underestimate his contribution. He's a real hard nut in and under.
So Bryce Hards, Premiership player, as Brash mentioned, with Upper Ferntree Gully, where Luke Gully used to assistant coach. He comes in and he slots it once more.
It's almost like they needed it too, didn't they?
Yep, they did need it, and that's their sixth goal of the day. Their second of the term, they're 6-1-37 to 4-6-30.
That's probably the advantage that South Belgrave do have over East Burwood, is that they can put it up to a contest and have the players there, the height there to take those sort of marks, where East Burwood probably need it to hit the ground and get their smaller forwards involved.
The one thing about East South Belgrave, they're the perfect example of how your forward pockets play front and square.
Let's get into Blake 10 in the score centre.
Just got some scores down at Kimberley Reserve. The margin is now coming back. Churnside Park 33 to Forest Hill 67. So coming back the Panthers.
So ball up in the middle. It was Trigard who went high and back into the contest. Ripped out there is at Mariani. He's so tough, isn't he, Mariani? He just loves that sort of tight in and under stuff.
League medalist as well.
Yeah,
so
super player, isn't he?
Super player for East Burwood.
So umpire sends it aloft again. Up they fly. Tap out there from Trigard. And a little bit of a tug on the jumper of Reddy there, but the umpire says nothing doing. Here's the kick forward by Castledine.
That was an important smother there for East Burwood, because Castledine looked like he was going to kick the ball into their forward 50, and they had some open space for their runners to run onto the contest.
And so umpire to throw it back in. Up it goes. There's the Rucks go at it again. Been a great battle today. Hanlon it was. He got the front spot, ball on the ground, and Hanlon goes in and says, I'll just get my own tap as well. He's doing it all at the moment, the big man.
Tell you what, I reckon he'd roll over you. Look like he'd hurt you too.
Yes, you wouldn't want to meet him in a dark alley. or a light one for that matter, as the ball has a big shove there. One of the South Belgrave players, Withers, just got shoved out of the way. And the umpire says, what does he pay? He has paid the free kick. So
Withers has been in and under. He's been impressive early on. He's done a lot of grunt work.
He has. So South Belgrave to go forward again. It's a kick out towards the flank. Oh, nice mark taken over there. Smith it was. He got up nice and high and takes the mark. And he'll go back.
First real opportunity.
Yeah, he's been certainly void of chances today, Tim Smith. We went on about how he's kicked 46 goals for the season.
Well, he's been searching far and wide for a kick, which is really not his style. He just really needs to play the position that he's been picked to play.
Well, you have to think it's probably a coaching thing, Brace, that he's been playing in up the ground. I'm sure he hasn't been doing it off his own bat, but maybe he's been given a bit of a free licence to roam. Here he comes, Tim Smith, looking for number 47 for the season. It's on its way, and I reckon he's got it. No, he hasn't. The umpire was tapping his chest pretty early, so Smith off target.
Boundary.
Still goalless as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
We continue to learn things about the team sheet. Nicholas Keeley in the 57. He's actually wearing number 5 today.
Of course he is.
Plenty of changes left, right and centre. It's a good mark taken there from Jamie Kempson. Thank heavens he hasn't changed his number. He goes long down the line here. Nearly intercepting there was Ryan Silver, but making a decent fist of that contest was Jacob Polka. It's going to be a holding the man free kick here for East Burwood, and it's going to come through the ball and player in Ed McCutcheon.
McCutcheon and Pilker, both ball and players, need to start impacting the contest a lot more.
As McCutcheon goes towards the half-forward flank, nearly inside 50, but it's going to be intercepted here. And they'll look to get on the ball here, but brilliant pressure there. Sam Brown. What a game he's had. He's been a little quiet this second term, but a brilliant tackle. He goes long down the line. Mitch Garner, the target there, but nearly taking the mark was Maxwell's underneath this contest here. And it's going to be a ball up around half forward here for South Belgrave.
Early contender for player of the day there, I reckon, Brown.
Does just as much when he hasn't got the ball than when he does.
Definitely. Good point as the tap out comes there from Garner into the tight stuff again, and the umpire's whistle goes as we go down to the boundary of the score centre with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, finally got another score down in Quamby Reserve. Got North Ringwood 10 to Vermont 24, but Vermont have kicked 3-6-24, so inaccurate kicking.
It's going to kill you every day of the week as one of the East Burwood players just about takes out the boundary hoardings over there. Hope he's okay. So we've had 22 and a half minutes played in this second term. Funny old game. South Belgrave ahead by 8 points. It's been a bit topsy-turvy. But hard to call at this stage. You wouldn't really know which way it's going to go as the umpire gets set to throw it back in. His old mate Hanlon, he won't be too far away, but it was, I think, Garner who got the tap down on that occasion. I think Hanlon might be off for a spell as the ball goes up in the air. Trying to get his hands on it there was Maurice. On the ground, here he's again, Maurice going in. Great second effort as the ball has come out. And he's nice work there by Martini, and they're out here. Oh, a huge hit there was McCutcheon. He got absolutely just bumped into. And it's come out there for Connolly. And on the ground again as they get the boot to it, East Burwood, and they go forward. It's all a bit untidy. Getting back there, trying to, in fact, just happy to see it across the boundary line as we get under Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got scores again down at Walker Park. Got Mitcham 3-6-24 to Montrose 7-4-46. So big game going on down there.
I wonder how big the party will be down at the so-called Coliseum down there at Montrose.
Apparently there's a big party up there tonight with free booze and food.
Yeah, 7:30 night.
Yeah, I will do that.
I might possibly go down as well. So it's a boundary throw in here.
Oh, we'll just all go, I think.
Why not? Why not bring the whole media team down there as it's going to be a recalled boundary throw in here once more. It'll be Zach Hanlon and Mitch Garner, who've had a fascinating duel, or an enthralling duel at that.
They've both nullified each other a bit here, the two ruckmen. They've both been been good for their respective sides.
Definitely is. Get once more the chance to throw the ball back in. It's Hanlon who just got a touch there. Getting the ball there was Matthew Mariani, and it's going to be a secondary stoppage. Blake Tennant, score centre.
Yeah, got Division 2 scores. Got Ringwood 47 to Boronia 7. The Basin lead 74 to Oakley District 8.
As Hanlon gets the tap, Tim Smith, I think he is playing midfield. It's going to be the clearing kick here from defensive 50. And Sam Brown, there's that man again. He's got plenty of space now. Handball over here to Hards. He gets the handball to Castledine. Castledine gets the handball to Peters. He goes inboard. A great kick there into the hands of Jake Kidd. No one inside 50 for South Belgrave, so he'll have to go short to Corey Wakefield, who's back onto the ground, which is good to see. He gets the handball over here to Keeley. Smothered there, brilliant there from the East Burwood defender, but great pressure from South Belgrave on Matthew Mariani and Wakefield. We'll get the ball out here to Tim Smith here. He's got Sam Brown as a target down there, nearly taking the mark, but nearly taking the mark was the East Burwood defender, and he is going to be paid the mark. I think it might be Stamatopoulos, who's done well nullifying the impact of
Dazilwa.
So good mark there from Dazilwa as it's gone out of bounds on the full here.
That's a wasted possession there for East Burwood. They've just gifted South Belgrave another scoring opportunity at the stroke of half time.
So inside 50 here, it'll go from Ryan Silva. He looks to go short, missing the target there, and Max Wills will take another intercept. He's been prominent this quarter, but dropping the mark there was the South Belgrave defender, and Maurice gets the handball over here to Marcus Young. He gets the handball over the top here to, and Maurice will get on the end of this as well. Mitch Garner was back down there. Reedy was nearly there. He's a player at the back. It's Connor Agnew. He has a chance to take the mark here, and he does. A chance for his second goal of the day. Just got in behind it. Agnew runs around, goes to snap, slots it. So Connor Agnew has his second of the day. East Burwood have their fifth of the day, their fourth of the term, 5-6-36 to 6-2-38.
Been the better side this quarter, Brash. And,
they've hit back hard here at East Burwood.
And that's what you're talking about, having a bit of space in the forward 50 there. Agnew had plenty of time and was able to take the mark. And they had another option there too. So a lot better inside 50 work this quarter.
They're actually working a lot harder off the contest than what they were in the first quarter. They were just allowing South Belgrave to stroll around the ground as if they weren't there.
And you have to say Mariani's been a lot better. He's been just a bit of a bull in the contest. It's not always the...
He's grunting the midfielders and won some important one-percenters.
Yep. Definitely, absolutely. So Stuart Wine will be a lot happier with the situation as the ball goes up. Getting his hands on it there was, I think it was Robertson. It's on the ground, but it comes out. Here's an opportunity. Little handball off there from Garner. They go inside 50. Plenty of defence back there, though, but it's going to fall. Here's a shot at goal, I think. Is that Smith? And he's put it through. And that's a definite contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. It was a bit untidy as we watched the replay. It was just a contest. The ball came out front and square, and Smith just pushed his man out of the way.
That is sheer class.
He said, get out of the way, and he slams it through Timmy Smith. So that is his first of the day. Hard to believe it's taken him almost 2 terms. But he may get an award yet because that's definitely up there for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day.
That's just why he's one of the best players in the division when he can do stuff like that. It's just very impressive.
So might have to wait a while here for the ball to get back into the middle of East Burwood Reserve. They're running it back here now as we'll go to Blake Tennant's score centre.
Boundary.
We'll go bed.
Boundary to Jared Beaton.
Yep, Evan Stamatopoulos has just come off. He's wincing in pain. We'll keep you updated with that one.
That's a bit of a concern. Blake Tennant's score centre.
Yeah, just Premier scores. Got South Court 53 to Blackburn 20. Roeville lead 61 to Park just 28. And Noble Park lead 30 to 11 over Berwick. And Doncaster East lead 62 to Doncaster 32.
So Mariani down at the bottom of that pack again. He has literally been at the bottom of every pack all day. As Mariani, as it's neat against Garner again in ruck. It's Garner who gets the tap down. Once more looking to take advantage of East Burwood using their secondary ruckman. And it's going to be another stoppage here in the middle of East Burwood Reserve. Brash, you like predicting how long each quarter goes for? How long do you reckon this quarter goes for?
29.
Well, we've got 19 seconds in that case, Brash, so we'll see how you...
Okay.
So Mitch Garner gets the handball out here, but it's going to be intercepted from Cody Logan. A great tackle there on Max Wills from Matthew Stevenson, and he's going to get rewarded. He's going to go inside 50 here. Couple of targets. Lee Odermatt was one of them. But the South Belgrave player is loose here. Declan Forbes tries to do what Tim Smith did before, go the snap on the run. And a great effort there, but through for a minor score. 7-3-45. South Belgrave 5-6-36. East Burwood on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
You can tell that Lee Odermatt's really struggling to find his way into this game. It's been a long way back from him.
So let's get into the boundary with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Evan Stamatopoulos. He copped one in the eye, but the trainer said he should be fine.
So South Belgrave will get the ball here once more, and East Burwood, though, will get it. It's a bit of a scrap down here and looking to go long down the line. It's all South Belgrave, though, and nearly dropping the mark there was Brody Colony. He did look very worried. He'd taken plenty of easy marks today, but that was one of his trickiest ones. Good mark taken there as he goes down the line. Mitch Garner just uses his strength there and takes a good mark. He's starting to have an impact these last couple of minutes. He goes long inside 50. Tim Smith, the target, nearly taking a terrific mark there. And Press Tigers. That's the halftime siren here at East Burwood Reserve. We have got ourselves a contest in this first versus third clash. East Burwood 5-6-36, South Belgrave 7-3-45. Brett Preston with the major goal kickers so far today.
Agne's got a couple for East Burwood and Jimmy and Hanlon as well, and the goals kicking in for South Belgrave. Their main man has been Brown, Sam Brown with 4 and a couple with singles as well. But a pretty interesting first half. East Burwood have worked their way back into this game, but it's South Belgrave who lead at halftime, 7-3-45 to 5-6-36. Time for a break, and we'll come back and wrap up all the action from the first half with the halftime team very shortly.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local.
Yes, welcome back to the Eastlands match of the round between East Burwood and South Belgrave. It's half-time here and the Saints have a 9-point lead going into the half-time break. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Jared Beanlin, who's been on the boundary line, and Blake Tenner, who's been in the score centre today. Jared, I'll go to you first. It's been a pretty interesting game. Maybe you would say a bit of a tale of two quarters. Certainly, East Burwood had probably a big response in that second quarter. What did you see from the game, from the ground?
Yeah, look, it's obviously the conditions have really affected the way the game's been played. I don't think either team has had the clean disposal that they would have wanted. Honestly, I think the conditions are favouring the Rams a little bit because they do have some of those harder bodies, and the Saints are brought down to their level a little bit in terms of disposal. Not to say that the Rams' disposal is bad on the best of days, but you know, South Belgrave definitely have that sort of talent.
And it's giving, the rush disposals, it's giving players like Connolly and Wills, the ability to sort of like roam and, take those intercept marks that they've been doing.
And has that been sort of the key in the middle? You talk about the hard bodies. One of them obviously is Mariani, who's been back in the side today, and he's been impressive. Probably doesn't get the credit as much as he deserves, but he's first to the ball. He puts his body on the line, and he's willing to get to the ball first, and that real contested hard player. Is that sort of where they're going to win it if they can win it from here? Is that sort of the area that their midfield to be able to win the ball first and then give their forwards opportunities? As you said, with the conditions, they haven't got a tall lineup as South Belgrave does themselves. So the ball hits the ground, they've got some opportunities.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the way to go, especially down in the back line. If the ball can hit the ground, then they can sweep it away. They have the poise to be able to do that, especially with someone like Wills. In the centre as well, absolutely. They've got the harder bodies. They're perhaps more used to this sort of contest than South Belgrave are.
Yeah, and Blakey, we'll get to the scores in a second around the grounds, but you talk about South Belgrave there. They had a really strong start. They looked like they were maybe going to open this game up and could have been, a 6 or 7 goal lead eventually, but they were cut down and they probably didn't have the ball movement inside 50 as they did in the first quarter. What do you put that to? Because that first quarter, they were taking marks inside 50s. They had plenty of time and space. You talk about Sam Brown, who's kicked 4. He's had a lot of space. What was sort of the difference there for the Saints?
Definitely the use of the ball was, obviously we touched on the first goal, was just 100% better than what it is. The second half, I think the Rams actually were looking into Brown, I felt like, a bit more. Like, even though he's kicked 4, I think he only kicked 1, I'm pretty sure.
1 in the second quarter, yeah.
So they're definitely putting someone on him as well, which I think they needed for the rest of the day. Smith's been really quiet, as we've seen. You know what he's like, 47 goals or 46 coming in today. It's he's really he's probably the vocal point, you would think, for South Belgrave, like with the amount of goals he's kicked. So it's an interesting game, that's for sure, and I'm looking forward to how this ends out.
You make a good point there, Jade, and Smith obviously sort of worked his way into the game that last sort of bit of the second quarter. There's a bit of an X factor for him that he hasn't fired up yet. They still have a bit of a lead because if he gets some chances up forward, he can really stretch out a bit of a lead.
Well, it's interesting what he's doing. I think he's trying to drag. I believe it's Rixton playing on him today. I think he's dragging Rixton a little bit further up the ground, perhaps to where he's not necessarily as comfortable, rather than being that lockdown defender. So I think I see absolutely see the logic in doing that, and that might have tempered Smith's influence on the game a little bit. But yeah, definitely something that was addressed at quarter time for East Burwood was just sort of like the lowering of the eyes, the poise. It's going to be a little bit more difficult in these conditions, of course. So maybe it's going to be a bit of a different message at half time. But we definitely saw signs of that. In terms of the ball transition during the second quarter out of the back line.
Yep, you're right. And they did move Logan off Brown in that second quarter. And Logan, I think, worked pretty well. He's way into the game, coming off him and moving up the ground a bit. Had that really important smother that stopped a South Belgrave inside 50. So he's been impressive. It's a really exciting game here. 9 points. You'd really give both sides a bit of a chance. Blake, around the grounds, have you got some more important results so far in this halftime break?
Yeah, I do. I've got a couple of good, interesting scores. I'm going to start with Div 4. I think this is the most important game, you'll think. Churnside Park v. Churnside Park v. Forest Hill. Forest Hill 85 to Churnside 35. So that's
wild.
That's pretty wild. Croydon North, Mlock v. Sylvan 85 to 30. Your man, Joshy Ward here. Got Surrey Park 40 to 15 over Kilsyth. He'll be a very happy man, that's for sure. This is probably the match of the round in Division 1. Montrose Mitcham. Mitcham 42 to Montrose 48. Jeez, this is looking likely to be an absolute ripper down at Walker Park, that's for sure. Another close one as well. Not really big games, but the big game that we've been talking about is the Templestowe Mulgrave. Templestowe 41 to 10. Again, that's another couple interesting scores. I've got some premier scores as well. South Croydon 59 over Blackburn 21. Park Orchards 37 to Rowville 62. Noble Park 30 to 11 over Berwick, and Doncaster 74 to 35 over Doncaster. So some pretty interesting scores, you would say. Definitely in 4th division, obviously with the Churnside Parks
Forest Hill game. So a lot of interesting scores and looking forward to it.
Thanks for that, Blake. And Jared, just before we go back, and you'll be back on down the boundary line, what do the Rams got to do? Do they sort of keep that similar sort of game style? Do the Saints have to change anything in this second half to sort of keep? They do have a lead, but they're probably on the back foot a bit.
Yeah, that's a very good question. It's going to be, I think it's honestly going to be down to the Rams. South Belgrave definitely have the quality and the talent to sort of take it up to them, to overwhelm them potentially like they did up at South Belgrave earlier in the year. But I think it's up to the Rams to just utilise the conditions, utilise the hard bodies that they do have, and, find perhaps a little bit of that poise that they needed, even in these conditions.
Do you have a tip, just quickly?
Actually, despite being behind, I'm looking at East Burwood to take this one.
Well, yep, it's a very interesting game. We'll get back for the second half quite shortly. At half-time, it is the Saints leading by 9 points.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the East Burwood Reserve as we get set for a start on this third term. Umpires are out on the ground, as are the respective players, just getting themselves loose again. Interesting first half, boys. We sort of thought that East Burwood at the inset, particularly in that first term, were going to get blown off the park, but they showed a lot of resolution, a lot of whatever the word is.
Resolution, that's fine.
That'll work. And that second term to come back, and they trailed by 9 at the major break, but they've done all right, Brash.
Well, they have, because in the first quarter, South Belgrave were just all over them, and were all over them, and they just couldn't get anywhere near the contest. They settled themselves down early in the second quarter, East Burwood. They got the game on their terms. and they started to show a little bit more poise with the ball, started to create some overlap. And the man led by, and it was really led from the midfield of Matty Mariani. He really started to get the ball moving in East Burwood's way. And his little 1%ers and dinky passes and handballs out of that midfield was the thing that got East Burwood going, Ryan.
Yeah, it was, and I really liked the game of probably both Agnew and Ngemi up forward. They've just, especially Agnew, he could have really dropped his head after a couple of poor set shots, but he kept fighting and he's ended up with 2 goals and he's just worked hard. And that's the thing that they've probably done in that second quarter. They worked hard for the ball. At that first quarter, South Belgrave were getting 2-3 numbers to the ball. They were dominating sort of the clearances. It's changed up a bit. You can see the pressure and the intent from East Burwood, and it's put them right back in this game. And, you could almost say they'd be, the informed side at the moment, just on that second quarter.
Before the game, we probably thought that the goals were going to come from the big men, Smith and Odermatt. Admittedly, Odermatt's been out for a while, so he's obviously looks a bit short of a gallop, but it's been that man, Brown Brash, who's really dominated for South Belgrave.
Excellent first half by Sam Brown. Brett, you and I were talking at just in the breakdown. We just thought that Odermatt might be better off playing in a forward pocket in the second half, maybe just so that he could get some touch. Right, and maybe instead of having to go and chase the ball up and down the ground, maybe he just has to run up the ground and get on the lead.
So let's get started in the third term, or the third quarter at least, as the umpire throws it aloft. Up they fly again. Give that one to Garner, who got over the top nicely. They go inside 50, but it's repelled for the moment. Fans in the hands of Mariani. Been so good on that second quarter. Is that a holding the ball? Umpire says Mariani for the push and shove. I tell you what, I wouldn't be taking him on as the ball goes inside 50 from South Belgrave. Up they fly. Beautiful mark, and it's that man that we were just talking about. He doesn't look short of a gallop there because Odermatt's come up and taken a beautiful two-handed mark.
No, he didn't. They've given it to someone else. No, they have. That's the replay. Oh, well, that got me. That finally got me. The instant replay.
We've all been caught out, Brash. It's all right. So Odermatt. This will be a good start for South Belgrave and a good start for Odermatt too as he sends it on its way. Looks a bit short and it's been rushed through, so through for a minor score. So Odermatt not quite half the distance, but it's another point, the first point of the second term. And we've had coming up to a minute gone, and it's a 10-point lead in favour of South Belgrave.
So Maxwell's once more taking the kick in and looking to rebound outside of 50 here for East Burwood. Decent ball there from the South Belgrave defender, and Peters has a chance to go inside 50. A big chance here for Odermatt once more. Castledine on the ground. Goes the snap. Brilliant front and centre. Brilliant finish. And South Belgrave have the first of the second half. They're 8-4-52. East Burwood 5-6-36.
Yeah, moves really well for a big-bodied forward. The ball hits that ground and he's the first one there. That's happened a few times today, and it's a good finish, and it's a real strong start for the Saints, who needed probably the first one to get their momentum back.
Typical crumbing forward goal there by Trent Castledine. Normally associate that with small pocket types.
So doing a bit of an Eddie Betts job there almost, Castledine, but he's had a good game today. It is his first goal of the game, but he's been quite instrumental in a lot of South Belgrave's play. As the ball is back in the middle, and once again, we'll take about 2 hours to get the game restarted. The lights will be coming on soon. Up they go. It was a nice hit out there, I think, to Garner. We'll give it to him anyway. Diving on the footy there was Peters on the ground. No chance of it coming out, though. And the umpire says we'll ball it up. So 16-point margin, 2 minutes played in the third term.
Both sides recognise that winning this midfield battle is going to be key to taking home the 4 points this afternoon.
So another head out for Garner. He's had a really impressive start to this term as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
On that point, Brash, the matchup that I'm watching is Kempson versus Peters. It's really intriguing me.
So Garner gets Tamlin once more. It's Garner who gets the tap at the East Burwood. Will get the clearance here through Matthew Martini. Quieted down that second term. It gets the handball out to Hennessy, and he nearly gets the handball to Matthew Martini, but great pressure there from the former East Burwood under 19 player, and get a ball up once more in the middle of East Burwood reserve. Hanlon and Garner at it again. It's Hanlon just takes it out of the ruck and gets the clearance here. Intercepted here from Darcy Walls, but great pressure from the East Burwood forwards. Marcus Young down at the bottom of that pack there, but Trigard gets the handball out here to Bryce Hartz, who's also had a pretty impressive day. He gets the handball out and getting a decent kick there, but not the greatest handball there from Walls. But picking up the crumbs there is Trigard, and great pressure there from both sides. It's going to be a ball up around centre wing here as we go to Blake Tennant's Score Centre.
3 scores. I've got Scoresby 57 at Coltrane 52, so close game building down there. Fair Park 48 to Whitehorse Pioneers 35, and Donvale lead by 5 points, 25 to 20.
So it's a throw up, and Mitch Garner gets it tapped down this time, gets it to Peters, but immediately pressured there from Zach Hanlon. It'll be another ball up on centre wing here at East Burwood Reserve.
I still reckon East Burwood have got a trick up their sleeve here. Young's their leading goal kicker so far this year. They haven't used him yet.
As
They might use him.
As Mariani gets clearance there, went down to Young. Decent spoil there. They have a chance to go inside 50 here. This would be a really good goal. And it is a goal.
No, touched.
Touched. It hit the post, in fact, according to Bruce Preston. It's a minor score for East Burwood. They're first of the quarter, 5-7-37 to 8-4-52 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yes, he doesn't miss much, our Brucey. He's our second set of eyes as the ball is chipped into the back pocket. So little kick up there towards Odermatt, flies high. He's taken the grab too, playing up the ground, up the half-back line, Odermatt. So he's working his way around the ground, trying to get into the game. Goes short, trying to find a target in Brown, the man with the 4 goals, in front of the dugouts as the ball goes inbound. Up they fly. Bouncing around over there, nice hands there by Roberts. As close to the boundary side, it's hooked in field, and that's going to be given away. So nice work there.
They were so lucky there. That came off.
So hard.
Oh, no, he's turned it over.
He's turned it over. Mariani. It's a funny little kick, but it might still work out. Out there goes to Withers. Withers goes inboard, and the whistle's gone. Downfield free kick. And South Belgrave will have to give it back.
It's going back.
Ball has to be pretty slippery for that to just fall out of his hands.
You can see it now. The players are really struggling picking the ball up.
Kempson with the free kick.
Yeah, it's a 25. Connolly gave away the free kick there. No ill intent whatsoever. Bit clumsy. And, Kempson to take the kick here.
And so important one for Kempson. This will get it back to just trying to work out with my math, 12 points, is it, I think?
9 point margin.
Unfortunately, clumsy and sorry just don't cut it with an umpire when it comes to a free kick.
So Jamie Kempson, just waiting for something. The umpire just trying to get everyone sorted.
No, McCutcheon's now got the ball.
In fact, it's McCutcheon that's got the free kick.
It's gone.
And he's given it off to Wills. He goes without it. He wasn't expecting it. He snaps one towards the full forward line. Up they fly. Off hands, a comedy of errors. And that's a disaster for East Burwood as it goes through for a minor score and 6 minutes gone in this third term, 52 to 38.
Oh, gee, that's Keystone Cop stuff there.
So South Belgrave looking to rebound out a defensive 50 here. Tim Smith nearly taking a good mark. Front on contact here from Kempson. And I thought the umpire was about to pay 25 metre there, but Tim Smith, he's starting to have a bit of an impact this third term. He goes short to Peters, who looks to go long inside 50. Brown's at the back there. Odermatt's the main target there, but great pressure from the East Burwood defence. It'll be a ball up around half forward flank, 55 metres out from the South Belgrave goal.
Had some runners on the outside there if they could have just been able to hit it into space.
So another ball up. It's Garner against Hanlon. Hanlon gets the tap down this time. Handball there from Reedy, who gets it out to Kempson, who's also starting to have a bit of an impact this term. Looking for McCutcheon, but it's Maurice who gets the ball, gets the handball away. And Mariani has a chance to go inside 50 here. Bumped off the ball and intercept the mark taken there. Yet another one for Brodie Connolly. A shaky kick there, but Darcy Walls does take the mark, and South Belgrave have the chance to go inside 50 once more.
I was just about to give him a big rap there, Mariani, but he kicked it away, but he has played well nonetheless. As the ball goes down, gets over the back, Smith chases, tries to barge his man out of the way. That was Rixton, good work by him, but he stayed in the contest. Now it's forward, looking for it. It was Castle trying to huge hit. That is Wells getting absolutely, the umpire just having a quiet word and saying, just calm down.
I think he's been reported.
I think he's just been stern talking to.
He's just giving him a nice...
There was nothing there. It was
a nice
high,
love tap.
Odermatt sort of almost slid into the tackle. It's been quite a topic of conversation in the AFL with players dropping their body into the tackle. But we'll give him the benefit of the doubt because the conditions are a little bit slippery. So, the big fella.
These sort of tackles happen in these sort of conditions. They're accidental, but they've still got to be paid.
Yep. Absolutely. So he's Odermatt. He sends it on its way. He's made an absolute hash of it. So we talked about him being a bit short of a gallop. I think the elite Odomat that's been playing for 5 or 6 weeks would have slotted that one through, but just skewing that one away.
The East
Let's have a
Burwood
bit
guys
of chat with the South Belgrave supporters on there.
the East Burwood guys, I think that's some poetic justice there.
Blake Turner in the score centre.
Yeah, got some second division scores. Got Mulgrave 10 to Templestowe 41. The Basin, they're just doing a very good job down here at Bannerman Park. Got the Basin 97 to Oakley District 8.
So Basin, I think it's fairly safe to say at home in that one as the ball comes out for East Burwood towards the boundary line and taken by Kempson, who's taken across.
Unfortunately, Brett, I think that game was over 15 minutes in the first quarter.
No, I think it was over 5 minutes before it started, to be honest.
No
disrespect to Oakley District, but the ball comes in, taken out of the pack there by Garner, but the whistle goes. Any advantage? No, the umpire says.
Should have been a 25-metre. Mitch Garner had every opportunity not to kick the ball away.
He did, so probably a bit lucky in the end.
Very lucky.
So free kick to East Burwood.
Louis
chance for them to come forward. Neat slams it down the line to about half forward. Up they fly, gets over the back. There's Mariani. Look at him on the ground there. He's like a ball, isn't he? As the ball comes out, it's McCutcheon trying to get it. In fact, that wasn't McCutcheon. It was Hards on the ground. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up.
Two hard nuts running at it.
Yep.
Hards and Mariani. Gee, two hard nuts there. By God, I wouldn't want to run into them.
He's a sort of like Mariani who just runs around looking to bang into people. He's that sort of, he just loves the contact, doesn't he?
Always first to the ball or very close to it.
Let's go now to Blakey in the score centre.
Yeah, got a score down at East Ringwood Reserve. I've got East Ringwood 51 to Lilydale 21. And we touched on pre-game. We think the Moorabah Upper Gully game will be a pretty low, very smashing game here. But I've got Moorabah 66 to Upper Gully 13. So danger signs. Very time.
I think that game's over too, Blake.
Yeah. I think we can unfortunately call 2 games so far. Across the FNL Senior Men's competition, it's going to be a boundary throw-in. Neat against Garner once more. Garner just tries to shrug Neat out. It's Mariani, yet another clearance, just continues to dominate in these last couple of terms. And Gemi on the ground there gets the kick away, and it's Connor Agnew, but the handball is intercepted there, and South Belgrave will have the chance to rebound here through Charlie Peters. Not the greatest kick, nearly finds Mitch Garner, but goes out of play right in between the coaches, the benches here at East Burwood.
You'd almost think, Ryan, who plays the cleaner football is going to win this game now, isn't it?
Well, it's been a bit sloppy from both sides at the start of this third quarter, and a few turnovers, a lot of intercept marks.
Boundary.
Go boundary side to Jared.
Yeah, the rain's just getting a little bit heavier now.
It does look like it from inside the social rooms. Here's Mariani again at the bottom of that pack, and nearly getting the clearance there was Kempson, but it's going to be a secondary stoppage as we go to Blake Tender in the score centre.
Yeah, got some premier scores. South Croydon 73 to Blackburn 22. Bit of a smashing down there. Park Orchards 37 to Rayville 63, and Noble Park leads 54 to 11, and Doncaster East leads 74 to 41.
Oh, decent miss there from Matthew Mariani, but East Burwood have the chance to go inside 50 here. Marcus Young trying to latch onto the loose ball. Soccer kick off the ground. They do get it inside 50. It's Reedy chasing the ball. South Belgrave defender there as well. Great pressure there from Young. Braden Barlow off the ground. Has that gone through? No, it hasn't.
Boundary.
Just touched on the line. So East Burwood get their second behind their 5-8-38 to 8-5-53. Boundary side with Jared Beanland.
I just want to highlight the efforts of Nicholas Keeley right there. He ran right into Matt Mariani, got back up and laid a tackle. That was right in front of me. And, just impressive stuff for such a skinny lad.
Oh, Smith flies high, can't quite take it. Gets a handball off, though. And here they come again. Nice little work there by Burns as they go forward. Repelled nicely there by East Burwood for the moment. Ball flying around all over the place into the tough stuff. Odomatson there trying to pick it up for South Belgrave. He got hands on it, but the whistle's gone. And he got legs. So margin is 14 points. Hope you're enjoying the broadcast on the SEN app, Facebook, YouTube, and 98.1 Radio Eastern. A good game, this one. 1 playing 3. As East Burwood bring the ball back into play. They long kick down the line, trying to find a target. Up they fly. Martini it was, but he couldn't get hands on it as a whistle goes.
25.
And a 25-metre penalty.
Probably a bit of back chat there. I thought South Belgrave butchered an opportunity there. They got a little bit cute on that half forward. They should have gone long and direct. They had a one-on-one in the goal square, and they didn't take opportunity to use it.
So free kick going the way of South Belgrave. So 30 minutes played, margin is 14 points. So still anyone's game as the kick goes forward. Not a great one, and it's easily marked by Castledine.
Ryan, I don't know,
Ball.
how's he allowed to be 10 metres without an opponent?
So much space, but that's the sort of kick you were asking for the South Belgrave
Exactly.
perspective.
It's exactly what I wanted, and he delivered.
That was extraordinary. Castledine, I almost thought the whistle had gone because everyone looked like they'd stopped.
This is an important goal, I reckon, because it blows the margin out to 4 goals. East Burwood are going to have to do something about that.
So Castledine on his way, and I reckon he's probably come up a little short on the ground, trying to sucker it through. Almost a goal, almost a goal for Brown. That would have been his 5th of the day, and it's through from minor score as the rain comes down absolutely vertically. It's looking very, very wet out there. Let's go down to to the boundary.
Yeah, I was just about to say, it's really starting to come down heavily. Luckily enough, I found a little bit of shelter here.
Yeah, where have you gone?
There's a little bench just for me. It's great.
He's got his own bench. Blake 10 at the score centre.
Yeah, just got some scores down at Walker Park. Mitcham 6-6-42 to Montrose 8-6-54. Montrose to kick the first 2 goals after half time. So big game going on here.
It's days like this you find it here the really tough boundary riders are, not those that go and sit in dugouts. Get out there and...
I'm taking every opportunity I can.
I think Mariani it was. He almost got hands on it, but the ball goes forward. Back inside 50. There's plenty of defenders there, though, and they repel it for the moment. Nice little handball off there from Burns. Now the kick forward. There's up in there. It's an absolute up and under. And Jamie was under it, but he couldn't quite take it. Good second effort, though. Bouncing around all over the place. That's neat. Now going back there and picking it up is Stevenson. It's getting very untidy as the conditions deteriorate out here as Jimmy tries to get a kick and he got flattened. And I reckon that was high. Let's just wait for the umpire to... It is high.
Tell you what, Jared, I've got an umby up here for you if you want it, mate.
I might come up at 3/4 time.
Good on you, mate.
Sorry, and Jamie can go inside 50 once more. Been a live wire up forward for the Rams. Got a targeted Marcus Young down there. Oh, great Barlow, I beg your pardon. Went slip sliding away down in the forward pocket. And it's going to be a boundary throw in here. So still a very even contest out here. 8-6-54 to 5-9-39 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just by the way the conditions are, that 15-point lead is more like a 3 to 4 goal lead. So important that the Rams get the next goal just to tighten it up a bit.
So boundary throw in. Zach Hanlon against the second ruckman for South Belgrave and Jay Robertson. Nearly getting the ball into the clearance there was Matthew Mariani. A chance here, and it's Angami who gets the goal. That's another brilliant finish. He's kicked some absolute stunners today, Andre Angami, and that is yet another one, his second of the day. Second one in the goal square, but a beautiful finish there. It's they're 6-9-45 on the 45 East Burwood, 8-6-54 South Belgrave on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, they're probably a little bit too lax there. Once again, they just can't afford to give Andre and Jemmy any space whatsoever. Otherwise, he's going to burn you. Blakey.
Yeah, got some more scores in our third division. Got Donvale 39 to Glen Waverley 27. Still same scores between Fair Park and Whitehorse as well. Got a 4-point game down at Scoresby. Got Scoresby 57 at Coltrane 53. Ooh. Big game brewing down there.
So thank you, Blake. Andre and Jimmy, I reckon he's a good chance for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. He's got 2 contenders now as the ball goes back into the tight stuff and wrapped up on the ground there. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So the margin is 9 points. They're not going away, the Rams. They just managed to hang around every time it looks like South Belgrave might blow it away. Hanlon gone out of the game a little bit. He's been probably had the better of, Garner's had the better of him in this quarter as the ball goes forward towards the 50-metre arc. Bouncing around over there, huge tackle comes in. There is Jimmy. We're just talking about him. On the ground, they're trying to pick it up was Wakefield. Couldn't do so. Now a little handball out, and they go back inside 50. What a terrible kick. And it's going to be, you can see the conditions really playing a part now as the ball is just bouncing around all over the place. Robertson couldn't get his hands on it. Now it's South Belgrave to bring it out. Little pokey kick into the middle of the ground. Odomat was there, but he couldn't get his hands on it. Ball goes forward, and that'll be a ball up as the ball is wrapped up well and truly. Let's go to Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got the Churnside Park Forest Hill game. Forest Hill a 17-4, 106. So you say accurate kicking wins your games of footy. I'm sure that's for sure. They lead to Churnside 41.
As the ball comes out, there's a chance for South Belgrave, but that's off target. I think it was it Stevenson or Roberts? He had Roberts. Roberts it was. He got the handball off. but his shot goes wide. It's a little bit of a let-off there. The margin 10 points as we go back to Blake.
Yeah, I've got some Surrey Park Kilsyth scores. Got the Panthers 46 to Kilsyth 15.
That makes me happy as it's a boundary throw in here right in front of the East Burwood bench.
Is that a Panther playing a Panther or a Panther playing a Cougar?
Panther playing a Cougar.
Okay.
Yep.
What's the difference, Blake?
No idea.
It's a cut-off, another cut-off in 4th Division.
But it's Botany 101 with Brash.
As it's a boundary throw in here, Hanlon and Garner back in ruck once more. Give that one to Hanlon, and looks set to be another stoppage here. Great tackle there from Reddy, and it's going to be a ball up here, this time on true centre wing at East Burwood Reserve.
Actually, the East Burwood youth are still running on top of the ground, Blake. That's still a really good sign heading into this last quarter.
So looking to get the clearance there was Keeley, but he couldn't. Instead, it's Marcus Young who gets the clearance. Looks like he's playing a bit more higher up. Gets the kick to Matthew Mariani, who looks to go inside 50 here.
Beautiful.
And
That's
a
a
really good mark there. Went slip sliding away there. I think that was Braden Barlow. And he takes the mark, and he has a chance to impact the scoreboard for the first time today.
That's just a bit of class, isn't it, Brashet?
The precision of a silver bullet hitting Barlow right on the chest.
Boundary.
We go boundary side with Jared Veland.
Yeah, I think Barlow's playing a little bit deeper now. You mentioned he was playing a little higher in the first half, and I think he switched out with Marcus Young playing a little higher up the ground.
And why not when he's kicked 31 goals this season? I think he kicked 8 last week against Oakley District. Comes in, beautiful set shot, and he slotted it. Another goal for East Burwood, their second of the term, 7-9, 51, 8-6, 54 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, got some premier scores. Got South Croydon 80 to Blackburn 22. Park Orchards 43 to Rowville 66. Naval Park 61 to Berwick 11. And I've got Doncaster East 12 to 74 to Doncaster 76 48. So interesting scores down there.
Thank you, Blakey. Matthew Mariani, Brash, really starting to stamp his authority on this game. And you feel if East Burwood are to win this, he's going to be the catalyst, and he's really stepping up, isn't he?
He really is.
So up it goes in the middle. Up they fly, one there by Garner. He's really coming to his own in this third quarter. Ball on the ground as the tackle is made. It's hurried forward. It's really untidy at the moment. They're only trying to get their hands on it there. Trying to get it, picked it up was Martini. Couldn't do so, went without it, but it's on the ground, still there. Little pokey kick through from Hammond towards the boundary. And Jimmy, he's been prominent too for East Burwood. Gets it over towards the boundary. Still in though. The handball goes sweeping inside. Now they go down the line and they can't keep it in as Walls goes past it.
I really like the inclusion of putting Young into the midfield. That was a good tackle there. The pressure's been much better and getting more involvement.
Back to Blake in the score centre.
Yeah, got some more scores down at Walker Park. Mitcham 7-7-49 to Montrose 9-7-61. Big Billy Schilling with 3 goals, looking dangerous.
So
Go Demons.
umpire to throw it back in again. Margin is 4 points. We're into time on in this third quarter. Here's Hanlon, and they've had a great draw, these two. Hanlon and Garner. Ball knocked out towards the boundary, and it's going to go across the boundary.
They've both actually nullified each other, really, these two, providing really no clear advantage for either of their midfields around the ground this afternoon.
I think Garner's probably had the better of the third term, but apart from that, it's been a relatively even contest. So getting a little bit dark. You can see the lights are on out here at East Burwood. Hopefully we can all find our way home tonight. It's going to be a little bit tricky getting out of here as the ball goes down to the ground. Martini went without it. Free kick going to be paid in the hand to East Burwood.
So they get the chance to go inside 50 once more. East Burwood, a long kick, and it nearly goes inside 50. In fact, it does, but the intercept taken there might have been a bit of front on contact. I think that once more might be Brodie Connolly, who looked to rebound here for the Saints. He's had an impressive game. Goes to Mitch Garner. I feel like he's had a little bit of the better of Zach Hanlon, Brash.
He has, but the thing is, they haven't been able to utilise it.
So inside 50, they nearly go here. Tim Smith picking up the crumbs was the main target down there. Trent Castledine gets the handball over the top to the running Smith. What a goal this would be. And he's hit the post. That is a superb effort from Tim Smith It's just a behind, though. They're 8-7-55 to 7-9-51 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Blake Tennant Score Centre.
Yeah, got to Division 2 scores. Got Ringwood 75 to Baronia 26. So you expect that to about three-quarter time now. Templestowe lead 41 to 10. Still no scores from last set. And the Basin lead 106 to 8 over Oakley District.
It's once more boundary thrown right in front of our cowering boundary rider, Jared Beanland, giving us a wave there. He's having a fun time there, sitting in the, what I'd like to call the interchange shed, if you will, as boundary throw and Zach Hamlin against Mitch Garner, as it has been for most of the day. Garner gets the tap.
Boundary.
And it's gone out of bounds once more. Jared Beanland, boundary side.
Yeah, look, not every ground has one of these, and I'm pretty grateful that we just happen to be out at East Burwood today.
So this time it's Lewis Neath playing in ruck as that second ruckman. Mitch Garner gets the clearance, though, shakes it out of ruck. Castledine, the target once more, nearly takes the mark. Picking up the crumbs there was Logan. He looks like he's got Sam Brown once more. Here's a chance here for Tim Smith. Goes to the top of the square. Good spoil there from Matthew Jenkins, but chance here for South Belgrave, nearly getting the kick away there towards goal with Matthew Stevenson, but it's intercepted there from Cody Logan. They'll look to rebound here to East Burwood.
So Logan with the footy and just trying to bring it out. You can see the rain continuing to pelt down, little chip into the back pocket. Safe. And ball retention will be a big thing in this latter stages of this game now. With the conditions the way they are, back inside, Wills takes it and the goal's clear. Trying to find a free target. That's a nice kick. Picks up his man and Logan. Chip out towards the boundary, almost too far, but Pilker takes it. Haven't called his name too many times today. Pilker goes up the mark and Jimmy ran past it. On the ground, trying to pick it up was Martini, and here's a chance for East Burwood. And it goes back to no one. Pilker it was, he dropped it. Now it's inside 50. Can they get a mark? Plenty of defenders back there for the Saints. Neat it was. Really fumbling now as the kick goes inboard from Robertson, right across the face of goal, and they're out here. Good work. There's, I think it's Roberts over there, gets the kick forward. That's an awful kick. It's kick to kick at the moment. There's the ball is back in there. That's Hammond. Finds his man. Just game really degenerating here now. It's Hennessy. Hennessy goes inside 50 or towards the pocket, looking for a target, and it's spoiled over there.
It's almost like a game of inches here at the moment.
It certainly is as we go into Blake Tennant, the score centre.
Yeah, got Chenside Park 66-42 to Forest Hill 17-4, 106. And Sylvan, they're a better close in on 100 points, 125 the Quarter North 32. So, yeah.
Back chance here for East Burwood to get a response and possibly take the lead here. Might trickle out of bounds here once more. No, it's kept in. It is taken out of bounds here by Braden Barlow. Secondary throw in here in the East Burwood forward 50.
Well, Sylvan just keep peeling off 120 points like it's shell and peas, isn't it? Fair income.
Anything less than 100 is a disappointing result for them.
Yeah. It is, isn't it?
It's going to be a boundary throw in once more. I'm sure the Silver folk enjoyed hearing that 100 points would be disappointing that they didn't score. Again, it's a bit of a scrap here at East Burwood Reserve now due to the conditions. It's going to be another ball up in the forward pocket of East Burwood's forward 50. Blake Tennant Score Centre.
Yeah, there's a massive shark attack coming through here. The Park Orchards 50 to 73. They're coming the Sharks.
Go the Sharks.
And Doncaster East lead 74 to 60. So again, more shark attacks coming through the league.
Plenty of shark attacks in Premier Division as Mitch Garner again getting the tap as it's going to trickle out of play once more.
Unfortunately, the aliens have taken over at Quamby and there's nothing coming from that arena this afternoon.
Which is very disappointing. I particularly assume you'd be disappointed, Bash.
There's no internet down at North Ringwood. That's probably why.
Do they have power down there?
No, there's literally nothing down at North Ringwood.
So Nick gets the tap, but it's Tim Smith who gets the clearance. Sam Brown made a great contest there.
Blake, I've gone to North Ringwood and covered games of football, and there's been plenty of internet access.
Oh, the mountains. Oh, I don't know. You must have really good internet down there, Brash.
Oh, mate, I've taken an iPad and an iPhone down there, and I've never had any problems posting scores.
Alrighty.
So 27 minutes played in this third term, and we're none the wiser. It's one of these games, I think it's going to go right down to the wire. The two rucks come together. Bumped out of the way there was Garner. It's on the ground, picked up over there. Trying to pick it up was Wakefield, number 8. And he's been well and truly wrapped up over there. We can't have a lot of time to play in this third term. It's one of the longer terms that we've had. 56-51, so 5-point margin. Up it goes. One out of the middle there by South Belgrave. And
getting a free kick.
It's Mariani who's underneath once again, who gets the free kick. So a late chance for East Burwood. Imagine if they could grab the lead here late in the game, or late in this quarter, should I say. Weaving his way out of it was, I think it was Rixton, who gets the kick forward. And the mark has been taken, so they're going to get the opportunity. Mark is taken by Agnew, and the siren is gone, so he'll have a kick right on the siren.
Important kick here because the momentum has been with East Burwood in this quarter.
Yeah.
Kick the goal here. What a huge bonus that is going into the last quarter.
Indeed. So this is a massive kick. This will give East Burwood the lead. And let's see, it's not a particularly difficult kick, although the conditions, of course. Here's it's on its way. I reckon he likes it. It's through. And East Burwood, right on the stroke of three-quarter time, have grabbed the lead. Agnew, that's his third. And East Burwood have grabbed the lead as we go to the break. 57 plays 56. And a pretty interesting third quarter, boys.
We'll go with the major goal kickers as well. Connor Agnew is leading East Burwood with 3 goals. Andre Angami also has 2. Zach Hanlon, Braden Barlow, and Matthew Martini with singles for South Belgrave. Sam Brown still has the 4 goals. Bryce Hards, Jake Kidd, Tim Smith, and Trent Castledine with the other goals for the Saints. We'll go into the three-quarter time break here. It's East Burwood who lead by 1.8957 to 8856. On the other side of this, we'll cross down boundary side once more with Jared Benwood, one of the coaches, and we'll bring you the fourth quarter of action here at East Burwood Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, "Why, yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy." And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the East Burwood Reserve, where we've got an absolute cracker on our hands here. 1 quarter to play, and it's the South Belgrave side with their noses. Sorry, not South Belgrave. It's the Rams with their noses in front. 57, 8-9, 57 to 8-8, 56. And boys, we're probably none the wiser than we were when the game started. It's a real tight one out here.
Yeah, Brash. That last goal was probably one they needed because they had all that momentum in that the end of that third quarter. And South Belgrave strike first with the first one, but after that, South Belgrave with the Rams, with the last 3. They're getting more inside 50s. They're working a lot harder than South Belgrave, and it's hard to see where the Saints scores are coming from at the moment because they're not getting an inside 50 as much as what they were in that first quarter.
No, they're not. And the thing is, though, the young, fresh legs of the East Burwood youth started to run on top of the ground, I thought, some through that third quarter. They were starting to find space, and they were actually starting to run the ball like they did in that second quarter. South Belgrave, for mine, Brett, they're going a bit up and down in the one spot. They just cannot seem their structure is broken down. They unable to kick the ball to position. And I think that genuinely they're going to have to go for broke here. They'll open up the forward line and put a big tall forward and direct the ball through him to win the game. Or they're going to have to work, they're going to have to run, but I think that's going to play into East Burwood's hands.
Let's go down to the boundary.
With South Belgrave coach Luke Galliot. What was the main message there at three-quarter time?
No, you just got to keep bringing effort. That's what the game's about, especially in these conditions. It's the simple things. Who wants it more? Just got to get it our way anyway, and, we can't afford to cough up opportunities like that, so we need to create them on our terms back the other way and create a bit more forward 50 stoppage for us and put them under pressure, I guess.
Yeah, given that it's not going to be perfect at all today, what sort of skills are we focusing on?
No, it's just been clean around the contest, you know what I mean? It's not scrappy. It's scrappy type conditions, but the game's not that scrappy, you know what I mean? It's being played out in the open air of the ground, the East Burwood's expansive, and you can get opportunity to run and carry and get reward if you're prepared to work. So we just need to be cleaner at stoppage and then, want to work for each other and create space and get involved in the chain, I guess. Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, Luke. Good luck for the quarter.
Obviously, work rate for Luke Elliott is an issue, Ryan.
Well, that's probably what we talked about then at three-quarter time. They just haven't, they haven't been first to the contest, and it's probably really hurt them.
So, fourth quarter has just started here, and it's Mitch Garner who gets the tap down there, but it's East Burwood who get the clearance. Hennessy tackled there, great tackle there from Declan Forbes, and to be a ball up, or is umpire going to call holding the ball? He is.
Oh,
it's going East Burwood's way.
That's really harsh.
Gotta love that holding the ball free as Mariani will get the chance to look to go inside 50 here. Instead he goes sideways to Zach Hanlon, who's got a runner on the outside, and Hennessy has got a decent boot on him. It's drifting back, but nearly taking the mark there was Agnew. The first score of the quarter goes to East Burwood. They're 8-10-58 to 8-8-56.
3 behinds for Hennessy this afternoon, but he's been lively.
Yep.
So South Belgrave looking to rebound and get into their attacking half once more. It's going to be intercepted. Max Wills, he's done really well as an intercept defender today. Goes inside 50. Agnew was there, nearly taking the mark. He has looked very threatening this entire game. It's going to be a ball up in the forward pocket of East Burwood once more.
Get the opening goal here, East Burwood. Then the question will be asked of South Belgrave. What have you got left in the tank?
So boundary throw in here. It's Mitch Garner against Zach Hanlon. Enthralling rock jaw once more. Hanlon, you give the points there. Could be a high free kick, not paid to Marcus Young. It's a bit of a scrap here inside the East Burwood forward half. So still a chance here for the Rams to kick the first goal of the day. And yeah, it definitely would hurt South Belgrave if they were to get that first goal. Zach Hanlon gets the tap down, but straight to South Belgrave player in Corey Peters. And it's going to be yet another stoppage inside East Burwood's forward 50 here.
So a scrappy start to this last quarter. A very important last quarter it is too, as the ball is knocked away. And here's an opportunity to snap a goal, and it's gone through. I'm not quite sure who that was. I think it might have been Barlow. It was Braden Barlow. Couldn't quite catch his number. He's been pretty quiet today, Barlow, but he got on the end of that one, and he's put it through for his second. And East Burwood are in front out here at East Burwood Reserve. In fact, they were in front before that, but 64-56, and the perfect start to this final term.
Go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Yeah, you would be one happy man, Josh Ward. Surrey Park 64 to Kilsyth 28. Forest Hill 119 to Churnside Park 43. And now, unfortunately, it's getting ugly. So Sylvan are up by 101 points, 139 to 38.
They'd also be disappointed if they didn't win by 100 points. Sylvan it's gone back into the middle here once more. Zach Hanlon gets the clearance after Mitch Garner got the tap down. Plenty of defenders there for South Belgrave. Getting the fist there was Brodie Connolly, but looks set to be the East Burwood forward here.
That was a free kick, then.
It could have been a free kick. It definitely did look like one, but they'll get the ball anyway. It's Maurice getting the handball from Martini. Maurice gets the handball out to Mariani. A decent score there from South Belgrave's defender. Connor Agnew was there once more. Scrappy here in the forward pocket once more of East Burwood, and it's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw-in.
Just the clearances, the centre clearances have been killed at the moment, and East Burwood are just giving their midfield giving every opportunity for their forwards to score.
East Burwood are asking all the questions at the moment of South Belgrave. What have they got in response?
Yep, getting the feeling that this game could be very, very close to being not exactly over, but East Burwood really taking it away now from South Belgrave. They seem to be winning all the contests, and they look the better side. Can they respond on the boot of Maurice, who gets a funny old kick in.
Mark that.
And the mark is taken. Good work. So mark taken there by Silver. So South Belgrave will be able to rebound. They go right across the far side of the ground, but they can't win the game off halfback. They need to get it forward. Kicking in the middle of the ground. Mark taken there. So a little bit slow build up, but they'll get it forward eventually. Now they've got a bit of space to move out here. In the hands of Hards. Hards goes into the forward line. Good mark. It's Smith turns around. He just decides to go back in board, and the mark is taken. And his partner in crime, Odomat. I thought Smith might have gone back and had a crack, but he did the unselfish thing, the team thing, and he found Odomat perfectly positioned, and a great chance now for South Belgrave to strike back.
Gutsy mark by Silver. Yeah. That was really gutsy to help set up this opportunity for Lee Odomat to hit the scoreboard.
So Odomat just a one goal today. He needs this one, and I reckon he's got it. No, he hasn't. It curled away. I thought when he struck it, it was going through. But in fact, didn't even have the distance in the end. That's a disappointing miss for Odomat. Sort of sums up his day a wee bit. He's been the nilly man as the ball goes through for a minor score, and the margin is 7 points.
So East Burwood looking to rebound once more through Maxwell's. Got Zach Hanlon all alone, which bit of an interesting call there from Mitch Garner to leave him all alone. Matthew Mariani's all alone in the centre of East Burwood reserve. He goes long inside 50 here. Braden Barlow's the target. Good spoil there from Connolly. Picking up the crumbs. Connor Agnew. Just hits the post.
How about the transition, Josh?
That was brilliant, and that was a brilliant effort there. 9-11, 65, 8-9, 57. Jared Beanland, boundary side.
South Belgrave seem to be just losing a little bit of that focus, a little bit of that effort that Luke was talking about at three-quarter time.
We've got a Blaketon in the score centre as well.
Yeah, got Division 3 scores. We've actually got a lot of close games down in Division 3. Donvale 40 over Glen Waverley 33. Whitehorse Pioneers 60 over Fair Park 55. And Scoresby, the biggest one here, Scoresby 77 to Coltrane 68.
As you might have heard in the background, Bruce enjoying that kick out of bounds on the full. So East Burwood having a chance to go inside 50 here. Great effort there, but it's Braden Barlow picking up the crumbs. Great tackle there from Walls. A look to rebound here, but it's going to be intercepted. This time it's from Cody Logan. He'll look to go inside 50, and he does so. Big pack of players there. Couple of flyers from East Burwood and South Belgrave, but it's out the back here from South Belgrave. Here's a chance though for Martini to kick his second. And that is his second. Matthew Martini, a great finish there. And East Burwood are pulling away now. They're 10-12-72 to 8-9-57. Another brilliant finish there from Matthew Martini.
Well, look at the difference there. But just before Wills was able to clear it out on the far side, it was an easy transition. South Belgrave just can't get it outside their back 50 and take a mark. That's probably the third or fourth time in a row there that they've just turned it over. And they've been able to finish their goals. And this margin, Brash, it's getting there.
It's now they need 3 goals, South Belgrave, to get back in front, and they don't look like they're getting them at the moment.
Let's go to the boundary with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, thankfully the rain is just beginning to ease off, and that might account for some of the cleaner ball movement by the Rams.
So we talked about the game getting fairly close to breaking open, and that is the way it's looking at the moment for East Burwood as Mariani gets a kick forward, but the whistle's gone.
He's been the catalyst.
Yeah. He's been phenomenal.
He's been the catalyst this afternoon since quarter time. He has turned the game.
What an inclusion he's been as well to the team as well.
Absolutely.
So free kick going the way of that man we were just speaking about, Matt Mariani. He's been an absolute colossus in these.
Beautiful
This
kick
comes
to
a great
position.
kick, and he finds Hanlon just standing there, and that's a beautiful piece of play. You could just see his eyes darting around looking for the person to kick to, and Hanlon just standing there, got himself into a little bit of space, and he takes the mark. He's been good too, Zach Hanlon.
Tell you what, 20-point margin looking up here. If Hansen can nail this, could that be the point of no return for South Belgrave this afternoon?
Well, we won't call it just yet, but it's looking a bit that way. Here's Hanlon kicking from just inside 50 or just on 50. He strikes it pretty well. It's going to be a bit short, though, I think, and off hands. But still, the danger is still there. Snap at goal, but it's come across the face, and it's going to probably be rushed out towards the boundary. Still in over there. South Belgrave desperate to get it out, and they do. In the hands there of Hards, and they finally get it forward, South Belgrave. They need the next one, you feel, and they'll get a mark. So Smith, he's a long way from home, looking for his partner in crime, and Odermatt goes inside, but it's repelled for the moment. On the ground there's ducking under a high one. And what does the umpire say? Still on the ground. And it's all very untidy at the moment. Socket out towards the boundary, and East Burwood will get out of this. Ducking and diving, and now the whistle goes. And what's that for?
He paid a throw.
Okay, I was going to say there didn't look to be too much wrong with that, but it's going to go to South Belgrave. They go inside 50, mark not taken. Hovering around there was Brownlee. He's gone out of the game a wee bit. That's a terrible kick. It's gone straight to Peters, and he should. No, he won't. He's made an absolute botcher that he probably had a bit more time than he thought, Charlie Peters, or than he realised, should I say, and he skews it wide. And the margin is 13 points, 71 to 58 as we go to the score centre with Blake.
Yeah, so like I touched on about three-quarter time, there's two shark attacks, but apparently there's only one now. Doncaster 60 to Doncaster East 62. And the other one I've got is Park Gorges 50 to Roeville 88. South Croydon closing in on a 100-point win over Blackburn, 111 to Blackburn 30.
It's a bit of a shock there, that South Croydon-Blackburn scoreline.
Yeah, the Burners have got burnt today.
So it's another ball up. South Belgrave's attacking half once more. Jake Kidd, the only late inclusion for the Saints. It's gone out of bounds for a boundary throw in here.
Just have to say, Cody Logan's performance after quarter time was a very shaky start. He's been fantastic since then.
Too.
So boundary throw in once more. Looks like it's Castledine going in ruck against Max Wills, the forward against the defender. Throwing is a little bit short there, but Sam Brown nearly got the ball. Great tackle there from Jamie Kempson as we go to Blake Tennant in the score centre.
Well, down at Wildcat Park, we got Mitcham 7-9-51 to Montrose 11-9-75. Well done here. And I've got Murrelbach 93 over Upper Gully 14. And the Mighty Roo 79 to Lillardale 34.
South Belgrave get it inside 50 here. They have a chance out the back here. It was Matthew Jenkins, and it's gone through for a rush behind to South Belgrave now 8-11-59 to 10-11-71.
Blake could be getting his pom-poms out soon.
You can tell with the swagger in his voice there that the D's are starting to pull away.
East Burwood to bring the ball back into play. It's in the hands of Logan at the moment. It's been very good today, as we mentioned before.
I mean the Troves.
So Logan slams it out towards the wing.
You don't want to go to early crow, though.
Up they fly. Young it was who was there, but he couldn't take it. And in the end, it's just seen out of the over the boundary line, should I say, from Hennessy. So the margin is, 12 points?
This is going to be a great fillip for East Burwood if they hang on this afternoon. Knocking over the top two sides, heading into a final series. Some great belief being getting on here.
So one out of the middle by Garner, or out of the head out by Garner. Whistle's gone. And the umpire says, as Withers takes possession, that it's a free kick. So South Belgrave, it's probably a bit too far out to score, but he puts it in, but the whistle's gone.
Coming back.
It's that man, Brown, who took
coming back.
But it's come back.
Devils up by 22 points at three-quarter time, so you think the Devils are home, 6 in a row for the Devils?
It's Withers. He's going for home, but I don't reckon he'll have the journey. Smith he has! Unbelievable.
It's almost like they shepherded it through, didn't they?
I think it was Smith who was on the line, did a fantastic job in shepherd. Let's have a look at the replay, because I just thought it was coming up short, but look at the work on the line.
Well, that's good work by Smith.
It was brilliant work by Smith, and he held Rixton out of the way, and that's a brilliant goal. And that's the one that South Croydon needed, and definitely a contender for the Tobin Brothers goal of the day. Back to a 6-point game. It's 10-11-71 to 9-11-65.
They probably should have had an extra 1 or 2 numbers down there. They had the time. It came back to the ball came back to Withers, and it was just too much reliant on Rixon to get there, and he just couldn't.
So we're in for an absolute rip snorter of a finish here. Matthew Mariani at the bottom of a pack once more, as he has been pretty much all day, and it's going to be a secondary ball up. Blake 10 score centre.
Yeah, got some Division 2 scores. Got Ringwood 75 to Boronia 26. I've got Templestowe 61 to Mulgrave 29. And this is the big one. The Basin 152 to Oakley District 9.
South Belgrave gets the clearance here. It's looking ugly out at Batherham. They have a chance here to go inside 50. Sam Brown trying to pick up the crumbs once more. Been very quiet since that frantic first quarter. It's gone out of play here for a boundary throw in right in front of the South Belgrave bench.
It's amazing, really, when you look at the way this game's been played. East Burwood have probably had the game on their terms for about 50 minutes in this game, yet they still only hold a goal advantage. And South Belgrave are still hanging in.
And they only need maybe one more goal to get that confidence, tie things up as Peters looks to go inside 50 following a great tap there. And it's going to be downfield. So we look on the replay here. Might have been shrugged off the ball after he kicked. He was
marginal.
I thought that was marginal because he hadn't actually kicked the ball.
Yeah, I think he was committed. I mean, very difficult to pull out of a situation like that so late.
So Tim Smith is going to...
If there's a guy that could probably pull off a goal like that that's needed now, Tim Smith's your man.
But this is from the tightest of all angles, from probably kicking from just on the 50-metre arc or just inside it. Comes in. What a brilliant finish.
Do you reckon that's got to go close to goal of the day?
I think that is goal of the day now. Tim Smith showing his class, has kicked his second of the day, and that's South Belgrave now tied up 10-11-71 apiece. Blake Tennant score centre.
Yeah, got some very interesting games in third division, very close games. Got Dunvale 40 to Glen Waverley 33. Got Fair Park 55 to Whitehall 60. The biggest one of the day, Scoresby 78 to Coltrane 75. This is building really nicely.
We love a close finish.
So what a goal from Tim Smith. That is his second of the day, and he's managed to level the scores. Every time you think one side's got this one won, the other side comes back. It's been a cracking game, albeit a bit messy in patches as the ball is taken to the ground there.
Well, it's a game befitting a top 3 clash, this.
Certainly is. Umpire to throw it up. We've had 15 minutes, so probably a good 10 at least to go. So we're far from decided yet. Getting his hands on it there is Hards, I think it is.
It's a great fight back from the Saints because they looked done a few minutes ago.
They were cooked.
Number 5 is Keeley.
Keeley, sorry. We keep calling him Hards because Hards is 15 on close. As the ball goes back into the middle, there's a little poke out. Now here's East Burwood with the chance to come forward. Fun little handball out there. There's Mariani. Can he get a handball out to the man on the outside? He can. They should kick this. Oh, no, they don't. It's a bit of a mess. And in the end, it's Walls who brings it away. And South Belgrave repel. Kick out to about half back. And the mark is taken. Mark will free kick. Take your pick. And East Burwood will come back inside 50 again. He's a little short kick down the line. Not a particularly good one, but it might still work out for them. South Belgrave have it on the bottom of that. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So let's go to Blake in the score centre.
Well, another shark attack has officially broken off. Doncaster East, I think there's been a typo with the scoreboard. Doncaster East 105 to Doncaster 60. So
that'll be the Lions, mate.
Yep. Lions. Sorry, my bad.
So chance here for East Burwood. South Belgrave have a chance to rebound. Great tackle, great pressure from the East Burwood forward. What a great crumb there and spin there. From
handy point.
Aidy Mulhern, very handy point there from Aidan Mulhern there. 10-12-72 to 10-11-71. Got a pack of kids at the back here. Might take us a while to get the ball back. We do have the ball right now, and South Belgrave looking to rebound here and get another on the scoreboard. They're down by 1 point. It's Darcy Walls who's looking to rebound, just thumps it long. Trigger was the target down there, but drops the mark. Picking up the crumbs there was Stevenson. He gets the handball away, but it's intercepted. Max Wills, chance inside 50 here for East Burwood, but shrugging off his opponent illegally is Rory Neat.
Looked like just good body work at first.
He did, but umpire might have seen it differently. Lewis Neat has the chance to potentially go to the top of the square here. He's got a couple of targets. Kempson and Young among them. Young nearly took the mark, picks up the crumbs. Would be a great goal if he snapped it, just didn't get enough power. Gone to the top of the goal square. Chance here for Barlow. That's a great goal! Braden Barlow has come alive in this second half, and he's kicked 3 on the day. And South and East Burwood now lead by 7, 11-12, 78 to 10-11, 71 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Ever the opportunist, Braden Barlow, front and square once again. Very smart football, that Barlow family trait. Just know where to place themselves when the ball comes down their way. Very smart.
Indeed, Brash. Class players always rise to the top when the game's on the line, and Barlow was quite early, but he's kicked a couple of crucial goals in the second term.
What have we got, Blake?
Finally got to the scores down at Quamby Reserve. Got North Ringwood 40 to Vermont 48.
Ooh.
So, interesting game.
So, ball on the bottom of the ruck. Brash is having conniptions. As the umpire says, we'll throw it up. So, we're 18 minutes gone, so plenty of time left in this one. But South Belgrave back into that position where they have to score twice. As we go back down to Blake.
Yeah, quick one. Just Montrose 93 to Mitcham 52. So 40-point lead to Montrose at the moment.
I think you might be home in that one, Blake. On the ground, diving on it there was Jenkins. The umpire says holding the ball, I think. Has he paid it? Yes, he has. So probably fair enough. So free kick to South Belgrave in the hands of Castledine.
Well, this guy can roost the ball.
So this is huge. Even if it goes through for a point, at least it'll get them within a kick, which is pretty important. Old mate in the background there looking the arms crossed. Looks a bit cold and sorry for himself. Here's the kick on its way. How does it look? Looks to be heading a bit short. I'll be happy to get it through for a point, but it's a free kick. Free kick in the goal square. Unbelievable stuff. So now it's a certain goal. And it's been put through. Well, goodness me. That's Tim Smith it is.
No, that's fair. He had his arm. He had the arm back, and Smith, probably deserved it.
You can see Wills there. He's absolutely gobsmacked, but Smith gets it through. So there is the goal. Doesn't matter how they come, as long as they come, and the margin is back to a point and getting pretty close to time on in this last quarter.
We'll go to Black 10 in the score centre.
Yes, I just mentioned about the North Ringwood Vermont game. It is now a 3-point game. North Ringwood 46, the Vermont 49. 19 minutes gone into the fourth quarter.
There's a possibility of a couple of draws, and Ryan and Blake, I'm sure that brings pleasant memories from last night.
Unfortunately for Vermont, 49 seems to be their bogey number at the moment.
Did you really have to bring it up, Ryan?
Of course I was going to bring it up. It's a great result from last night as Matthew Mariani goes inside 50 once more. Getting the kick away is Ryan Silver as there's...
I thought you boys have been hilarious after losing the last 2 weeks. A draw you take as a win, wouldn't you?
Oh, thanks, boys.
You know how to rub it in.
Especially if you're a Cullen supporter. So boundary throw in here.
Go the Cats.
Around half forward flank for East Burwood. Hanlon and Garner, as it has been for most of the day. Garner, you give that win to him once more. And South Belgrave midfielders down at the bottom of the pack. But East Burwood, they nearly will get the ball clear here. It's in fact South Belgrave who do. Sam Brown getting the handball out here to Jordan Roberts. Chance to move it a little bit forward. It's a bit scrappy out there. As it could be a free kick. It is a free kick going the way of Sam Brown. Chance here once more for South Belgrave to go inside 50. Brown looks to go for Tim Smith, the main target, who's lit up this final quarter. At the back here is Cody Logan. Gets the handball over the top. A dangerous one to Maxwell's. Great tackle there from Lee Odermatt. And it's going to go through for a boundary throw-in in South Belgrave's forward pocket.
Pressure been much better from the Saints. It's lifted in the last few minutes, and they've got a real opportunity here inside 50.
So they definitely do. And chance here to get back the lead. It's been very high-scoring final quarter as well. We're in time on. Looking to move it forward here are the Saints, but nearly picking up the ball there. The East Burwood defence, they do get it clear, and Jamie Kempson is all by his lonesome and takes the mark. He's got Andre Angamy on a terrific lead here. Just misses him. Great effort there. Great contest as well from Philip Costa. Once more, boundary throw in on centre wing here. Blake Tennant, score centre.
Yes, it's getting ugly down at Walker Park. Mitcham 52 to Montrose 105. This is a big game here. And East Ringwood 79 to Lillardale 34.
Put those pom-poms away, Blake, as the umpire throws the ball back in. Margin is 1 point in favour of the Rams.
They're not pom-poms, Brett. They're snowballs.
22 minutes played, so still plenty of time. That's almost a free kick as Martini tried to pick it up. He's got scragged. Now Eastbourne would get it forward. Tumbling down towards the half-forward line. Up they fly. Over the top is Anjemi. Got taken on the tackle. Is that holding the ball? The umpire says yes, it is. I don't know that there was too much prior there, but he's paid the free kick.
Tell you what, that's a great tackle by Neat.
So Neat it is who gets the free kick.
He's had it before he spent it.
Put it down.
He's gone. He is gone. Turnover.
Very lucky.
He spoilt all the drama. The umpire. No.
I think you can hear in the background here too the Eastbourne faithful of furious.
I think that was a bit of a guess as they run off half back. The long kick.
Here we go.
Here's a chance. This will be a goal for sure. Yes, it's gone through.
Silver.
It's Brown, I think, isn't it?
Brown, I should say.
Yep, so Brown has the goal. He was brilliant early, but he's put through what could be an absolutely crucial goal because it means it's now a 5-point lead as that ball got over the back, and Brown couldn't believe his luck. He just got out the back, and I thought for a minute he'd got a bit excited and missed it, but he slots it through.
A 12-point turnaround.
Right, Blake, what we got, mate?
Yeah, the Devils are home. They won by 40 points this time, 77-37. So 6 in a row. And also, it's good for Montrose because they are now a game clear on 6 in a row.
I knew we could put a Montrose angle on it.
Just on that free kick, that's a huge turnaround. They're going to walk into an open goal there.
And free kick to South Belgrave at 25.
I think it was 666.
They're capitulating here, Eastbourne from Mitch Garner.
Gee, I was looking for a Cinderella story too from Caddyshack. That's not going to happen.
He go inside 50 here. Plenty of targets down at the back. Leota Matt, but Sam Brown's also at the back again. Tim Smith just misses. A handy behind, though, for the Saints. 12-12, 84 to 11-12, 78 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
The draw's still on.
It is a possibility. Blake Tennant School Centre.
You wouldn't believe it. Down at Quamby Reserve.
Oh, no.
Northbury would have hit the front. 52-49. 1 minute to go in the last quarter. This is huge.
That's massive. As decent spoil there from Jay Robertson. Chance to go inside 50 here once more for South Belgrave.
Well done.
But intercepting there was Logan, and nearly intercepting there was South Belgrave's defender, but Connor Agnew getting on the end of it, and it's gone out of bounds as we go down boundary side with Jared Beanland.
You guys must have missed it. That last kick in from Max Wills was an absolute barrel. It was lovely to see that.
25 minutes. There's been a few goals kicked. It might go 30.
So we'll see what happens. At least another 2 or 3 you would think to play. As the umpire gets set to throw the ball back into play. Can the Rams pinch at least a draw? You think a draw would almost be a fair reflection of this game.
Okay, what's going on here?
Pushing and shoving. Castledine is in there.
It's a free kick.
So free kick, a little bit of indiscipline. Martini needs to go.
Well, he fell for the 3-card trick there, Castledine.
Forced onto his left, but he decides to get onto the right, goes long, but there's plenty of defence back there. Front and centre, there's not Martini, it was Mariani, but he couldn't get there. The other ball, so that could be holding the ball. Umpire, what do you say? Nothing. Still there for East Burwood. And over the boundary line she goes.
Well, don't do anything silly because the umpire is going to pay you right now.
We
saw it last week.
Both sides have done silly things in the last 5 minutes. It's nearly cost them goals and game.
So watch the clock. We're 26 minutes gone on this final term. The siren is imminent. There's Mariani hovering around the ball, trying to spark something. They get the head out, East Burwood.
Well done.
East Burwood, the snap forward. Can they get it, Mark? No, they can't. Ball goes to ground off the boot of Barlow. It's kicked a couple today. It's gone out, but it's going to come back probably towards the boundary line. Can they keep it in? No, they can't. So Stamatopoulos, it was. He took it out. They need to get this ball back in quickly.
The wise heads of South Belgrave are hanging on for grim death here.
Another boundary throw in. Mitch Garner and Zach Hanlon has it. As I'll say it once more, as it has been all day, and been an absolute ripper of a duel there. It's Hanlon who gets the tap down to Mariani, the two of the best ruck midjoy in EFNL footballers. Tim Smith just looks to launch it clear. Dropping the mark there was Martini, and it's trickled out of bounds here for a boundary throw in.
And South Belgrave will be very grateful about that boundary throwing going there.
And they won't mind plenty of stoppages as well.
3 minutes left.
Whoops. Whoops.
So
Spoiler alert.
I said 30. We're going down to 30, peeps.
Bruce has got intel, he knows.
So boundary throw in. Mitch Garner once more. Give that win to him. Matthew Mariani in the middle of that pack. He's just continues to go about his business as we go to Blackton in the score centre.
We have a full-time result down at Quamby Reserve. North Freewood, their first win of 2022, 58-50 over Vermont.
Oh, dear, sack the coach.
The lid is going to be off at Quamby Reserve. They're going to be celebrating.
You could go there tonight if you want for a party.
I think be only fair to get Robin Nahas on the Odie Cologne in the morning.
As Zach Hanlon looks to get the clearance here to Matthew Martini. Inside 50 once more for East Burwood. A great mark there.
Just their experience off that half-back line.
Brody Connolly. He's
Connolly's been good.
He's taken plenty of marks.
He's had a couple of nervous moments, but he's been, by and large, pretty good to Savo.
Goes towards centre wing. Mitch Garner. Terrific mark there, showing his experience. The ex-Roval ruckman. Look to take his
very
time.
big important marks.
Just hit the boundary side.
He's got a player over the top here, and that is Bryce Hart. It's a free kick, though.
Oh.
Yeah. What was that
Apparently that was for a block, according to the umpire.
I did notice it. There might have been the potential for a block, so I think it's Martini who gets the free kick, but goes straight to Mitch Garner. Kick to kick there. As Garner takes, I reckon, another intercept mark, another mark at least, and take his time once more. We've played just under 28 and a half minutes here in this final term. Looking to go long down the line here. Martini at the bottom of that packet. It's gone out of bounds for boundary throw-in as we go to Blaketon in the score centre.
Yes, the Cougars have now hit the front. 93 Coldstream to Scoresby 81. So big bruin there for Coldstream.
So a couple of minutes left. Tops out here at East Burwood. As the ball comes in, someone slips over there.
Brown again.
It's over the top it goes. Whistle's gone. Free kick. Coming back. So the margin's still only a kick. But South Belgrave in control at the moment. East Burwood at the wrong end of the ground. Any score puts it out of doubt or puts the game to bed. Ball on the ground. And the umpire says we'll just have a ball up.
Not long to go now.
So East Burwood, they've just got to get it down the other end and they've got to do it real quick. Try and pinch a draw out of this one. Up it goes. He's handling the big man. Mariani falls over. He might have got a free kick, does he?
No, on the ball.
Dropping the ball
No,
there.
dropping the ball. Yeah,
it was Mariani.
So it was Mariani that got the free kick. Now he goes forward, finds a target as well, hits up Wells. He's been good. This is the last chance. They've got to go inside 50. Spills the ball. Manages to get it back. He slams it inside 50. Can someone get on the end of it? Not at the moment, but it's still there. Ball goes to ground. It's been knocked away. Trying to pick it up over there was Maurice. I'll just be happy to get it out. South Belgrave, that's just sock it out towards the boundary line.
That was a real important 1%er there by Smith. He couldn't take the mark, but just got a foot in just to get the ball out of danger's way.
Towards the boundary.
So it's going to be thrown in by the umpire. There's time almost up. There can only be a matter of seconds to go. And it goes. Where are the rucks? Up they go. Garner got the tap down into the hands of a teammate who's wrapped up on the ground. South Belgrave, they'll be quite happy just to have a couple of stoppages here and just basically kill the game. It's East Burwood that have to do all the work. Mariani tries to get it out. Now it's towards the boundary line again. And once again, just happy to see it over. Umpire's hand goes up. Can't be long to go. Bruce is telling us there's 30 seconds. I told you he had intel. Now the umpire to send it back in. Up it goes. Up they fly. Nice work by Garner as the ball is on the ground. Picked up there. They've got it out, East Burwood, but they're not going to get it free. And I think this game... Great tackle over there. Fantastic work by Brown. Happy just to kill the ball.
He's won in this game, hasn't he?
He did all the damage in the first quarter, Brown, but he's played some magnificent tackles in this last quarter. Keep the ball in and create some stoppages for South Belgrave.
So Mitch Garner getting the tap this time, goes forward. Backwards kick there from Cody Logan. A decent spoil there from Darcy Walls. Out of bounds here. True centre wing on the far side at East Burwood Reserve.
I reckon
10
Bruce
seconds left. He should be the timekeeper, Bruce.
Bruce's intel's already out by a minute and a half.
So boundary throw in. You give that to Mitch Garner.
They need a free kick, East Burwood.
They will need a miracle here, you'd think.
They
get the handball. They get the handball over the top here.
Go.
Chance here. Siren sounded. South Belgrave hold on in an absolute classic out here at East Burwood Reserve. 12-12-84. to 11-12-78. What an absolute ripper of a game here, Wayne Brasher and Ryan Long.
Oh, yeah, that was incredible. They fought hard. They really did. I can't go past the Garner marks on the wing there. It was held up really strong. The tackle on the far side there by probably the man of the match, Sam Brown. He's just been fantastic. A lot of pressure without the ball. They looked done multiple times in that last quarter, but they kept fighting. And this side, they're sitting on top of the ladder, Brash.
Yeah, 15 minutes into the last quarter, you'd almost felt like that Eastbourne were one goal away from putting this game to bed. But kudos once again to South Belgrave. They didn't give up. They found a way to win a game of football that needed to be won. Eastbourne will be really disappointed, but they can take a lot of heart out of it, Brett.
They can indeed. Sam Brown kicked 5 for South Belgrave. He was probably the difference in the end. Plenty of single goal kickers, and of course Tim Smith chimed in as well. He kicked 3 while for East Burwood. It was Agnew who got 3. Also Barlow who kicked 3 in the end, and Jimmy got a couple as well, and a few singles in there. In fact, Martini got a couple as well. So great game out here. Absolutely went down to the wire, and South Belgrave have got the chocolates. They've won by a kick, and we'll take a quick break, I think, and we'll come back and hopefully get some interviews very shortly with some of the key components from the game.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing kickboxing personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to the East Burwood Reserve, where we have seen a bit of a closing out here this afternoon. It was an interesting game early. We thought it might be a bit one-sided, but boy, it ebbed and flowed from then on in. And in the end, South Belgrave have got up and they've won by a straight kick. At one stage, I was had my money on the draw, but South Belgrave got the chocolates in the end. And boys, a really interesting and a very, very good game in the end.
Oh, that was fantastic. And that last quarter, I think the momentum changed about 2 or 3 times. South Belgrave looked done early on, and then East Burwood sort of put that bit of a lead. We thought 3 goals in this weather might be enough, but the likes of Brown and Smith, they fought just hard, incredibly hard. That Smith got that goal on the boundary. That's and we'll get to the Tobin Brothers goal of the day soon, but that was just fantastic. That takes a lot of skill from that sort of angle and that sort of distance in this sort of conditions. That's the sort of quality that a Smith is.
Good stuff. Ryan, well, you're our illustrious leader for the day, so take us through the awards, mate.
All right, do we want to go through votes first?
Yeah, I'll go first. I'm giving 3 to Brown, 2 to Mariani, and 1 to Tim Smith.
I'm going 3 Mariani, actually. He had an impressive game down the guts. 2 to Sam Brown. 1 I've actually got Brodie Connolly. He played that intercept defender really well for South Belgrave.
I've gone completely different. I've gone Smith for 3, Mariani for 2, and I thought Garner was magnificent, and he gets my 1 vote today.
Yep, I'm similar. I've got Smith to the. I've got Smith. Brown for the 3 votes. Apologies about that. 2 for Mariani, and then I've given 1 to Agnew. I thought just under a lot of pressure early, he missed those 2 set shots, but responded and kicked, I think, 3 goals in the end and was an important player for East Burwood. But as we said then, so player of the day, the Eastland's player of the day, Sam Brown. Very fantastic. Josh?
Yeah, definitely was very fantastic.
Yeah, 5 goals.
5 goals. 4 in the first half.
Maker,
3 in the first quarter as well. Yeah, did make a bit of a difference. Let's go for goal of the day now. We're talking about this. There were plenty of options.
Yep.
I think that Tim Smith goal on the boundary
In the third quarter.
that was a magnificent goal. That was a magnificent goal, and
He wasn't meant to kick that goal, but
Yeah.
he did because of sheer genius.
and
You,
so
just,
did
you sort of felt like when he was lining it up, I thought this is really tough, but if anyone's going to kick it,
Yeah.
it's going to be
Yeah.
him. And it was a beautiful kick. Like, it never looked like missing, did it?
He's a beautiful striker of football, and that's the sort of player that he really is. And he's one of the guys in September is he's going to be so hard to stop. And East Burwood, I think, did a pretty reasonable job on him, especially in that first half. But again, a player like that can just eventually will always break through.
Yeah, and they were forced to move him up into midfield as well for a little bit there, Tim Smith. I don't know if that was part of Ellie.
No, I think he took it upon himself, mate. These good players, they know when they need to go into positions that are unforeign to them. And Smith, being the experienced footballer he was, he just knew he had to be in that place, those places at the right time to save his side. Good players know that.
And we've got one more award, the Workman of the Day, the Four Workers Eastland Work of the Day. I think I'll put my vote for Matt Mariani because he definitely got him back in that game in the second and third quarters. Just fought hard. He's just a bull. He's just inside mid, was first to get the clearances, and his ball work was pretty good, hitting up targets inside 50.
Yeah, Mariani, Workman of the Day.
Definitely Mariani for me. Yeah. Blake Tennant. Do we have any more scores, man?
Yeah, well, we've got the shock win of the day, which is North Ringwood beating Vermont there by 8 points at the end of the day. The Devils as well, they got home by 40 points, and that's 6 in a row for the Devils, so really good form heading into that. I've still got the same scores for East Ringwood and Lilydale, and also Mirrabah and Upper Gully, and no score yet from Beaconsfield and Croydon, so nothing really big. But the big one, you would say, down at Walker Park, the Demons are home 107 to 65. So incredible win, and I'm sure that 5th spot is definitely up for grabs.
Montrose won.
Yes.
Oh, we hadn't heard from them yet. No, good. Very important win for them in Division 1. Puts that finals. I don't think. Do we have a score from the Croydon game?
No score yet.
So that's the important one, because if Croydon drop that really puts Montrose into a good position into the
Normally
top 5.
Beaconsfield post their stuff on Facebook.
They do, and I do have a final score. Croydon 9-7-61 defeat Beaconsfield 8-4-52. So it was a bit of a scrap as we predicted in the weekend forecast, but Croydon hold on for a big win.
And a couple more interesting games around the grounds, you would say. Ringwood convincing winners over Boronia, 109 to 34. Templestowe 89 to Mulgrave 37. The base and the big winners here, 165 to Oakley District 9. Still no scores from the Heapont Knox game. So interesting game. Now, my thing is that I think these games in Division 3 are very underrated. That I've just been seeing. Very close games today, that's for sure. And it was the Cougars who get home in Division 3, 108-87. So a big win there by the Cougars. In Division 4, we see our man Josh Ward there, very happy about his beloved Surrey Park Memphis. They got home today over Kilsyth. So Forest Hill convincing winners over Churnside Park. I think they won by 80 points there. And Silver won by about 124 points.
And I can confirm that Surrey Park score 14-12, 96 to 5-7-37. So they lost last time at Pink's Reserve, did Surrey, but they've definitely changed under James Kentworthy.
Well, there we go. Josh is happy. Blake's happy. Wayne
We're
Brasher is
all
not
happy here.
I'm happy. You're a good sport. You gave credit to North Ringwood there. That's really a big win for them for the sake of their club, because they've been really fighting against it this season. Good to see.
Be good to hear, like I said,
result.
it'd be good to hear from Robin Nahas tomorrow morning.
Absolutely. And before we wrap up, just to a reflection on this game quite quickly. East Burwood, we had a couple of questions, Mark. This was the box they had to tick just to be able to compete against South Belgrave. I think they've shown that they can beat South Belgrave and certainly match it with them.
They've ticked the box for me, East Burwood. They've gone down by a goal. They've controlled at least an hour of the game, so they're right in the mix still.
Yeah, absolutely, boys. It's been a really good call. Josh, your first one.
Yeah,
you've been pretty lucky. That was a pretty good game
very
debut
lucky.
on.
But an absolute pleasure to call this game alongside Brett Preston. We had a great time, didn't we, Besto?
We did, yeah. It's great calling games like this. I must admit, as I said, I was sitting here in the first quarter and I thought, this is going to be a bit of a fizz, because it looked like it wasn't going to be a great game. Like East Burwood was slow to get into the game, but once they kicked in, and away we went, and it was fantastic.
And a shout out to Ryan Long as well, our quasi media manager today. He did an absolutely fantastic job organising everyone today, and hopefully in the near future we do get the chance to have him as the media manager on the day.
No,
I smell a coup here.
No, don't put Matt's listening to this. I'm definitely not Josh. But
Jared Beanland.
It's all right, Matty. It's all safe,
Sorry,
mate.
Let's give Jared Beanland a good one on the boundary. Did double duty today. Well done, Jared. Good stuff from you.
Yeah, and
thanks, guys. It was a
even
lot
though
of
you
fun.
hit from the weather.
Yep.
I was out.
I had to protect Bruce's equipment.
No, that was very smart man.
That's a good one.
You're earning brownie points there.
He's buttered on.
Bonus points.
All right, guys.
All right, boys, we're going to wrap this up. A really great game in the end. It's the Saints running out by 6 points. A big thank you to Brett Best and Josh Ford on the commentary today. Wayne Brasher, myself, Ryan Long on special comments. Blake Tennant, a fantastic job on the score centre. Jared Beanland obviously did a great job on the boundary line. Don't forget Lee Green and Bruce Priest, who are behind the mic. A very, very big game in the end. Result, the Saints 12-12-84. Going 6 points above the East Burwood, 11-12-78 in a really important win. Keeps their spot on top of the ladder and will push towards September. It's going to be a really fun September. Thanks for all the listeners for joining us today, whether you're listening on the SEN app, Eastern FM 98.1, or streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. It's been a fantastic afternoon. And thanks again. Once again, it's South Belgrave, 12-12-84, defeating East Burwood Rams 11-12-78.